డాక్యుమెంట్ అంటే మీరందరూ ఖచ్చితంగా చప్పట్లు కొడతారు డిప్యూటీ సీఎం గారు అన్న మాట వింటే. డాక్యుమెంట్ ఈజ్ నథింగ్ బట్ ప్రజల పత్రం. ఇది పీపుల్స్ వాళ్ళ యొక్క ప్రజల యొక్క అభిప్రాయాన్ని అద్దం పట్టేదే ఈ విజన్ డాక్యుమెంట్ అని చెప్పారు. ఇలాంటి సందర్భాలు గుర్తు చేసుకుంటూ కొద్దిసేపట్లోనే ఆనరబుల్ సీఎం గారు వేదికపైకి వస్తారు. యాజ్ పర్ ది ఇన్స్ట్రక్షన్స్ ఆఫ్ సీనియర్ పోలీస్ ఆఫీసర్స్ ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ ఒక మీడియా మిత్రులు తప్ప మిగతా వాళ్ళంతా దయచేసి వెనక్కి వెళ్ళి అవకాశం ఉంటే కూర్చోండి లేదా నిలబడి కార్యక్రమాలను విజయవంతం చేయండి. ఎవరు నిలబడి ఉండకూడదని రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తూ ఉన్నాం. May I request the attention of all the guests here, all the participants. Kindly be occupied in your seats, please. Honorable CM ఇంకొక 3 నిమిషాల్లో ఇక్కడికి వస్తారు. గౌరవనీయులైన మంత్రివర్యులు, సలహాదారులు, చైర్పర్సన్స్ ముందు వరుసలో కూర్చోవలసిగా రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తూ ఉన్నాం. చాలామంది నిలబడి ఉన్నారండి. నిలబడేవాళ్ళు దయచేసి వెనక్కి వెళ్ళండి. వేదికకి ఎడంవైపు కుడివైపు నిలబడి ఉన్నవాళ్ళు మీ విద్యుక్త ధర్మ నిర్వహణలో మీ డ్యూటీలో ఉంటే తప్ప మీరు ఇక్కడ నిలబడి ఉండకూడదని రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు సీనియర్ పోలీస్ ఆఫీసర్స్. ప్లీజ్ ట్రై టు హెల్ప్. సమర శంఖమును ఊది సమ్మక్క సారక్క తెలంగాణ యోధుల బలము చూపి, సమర శంఖమునూది సమ్మక్క సారక్క తెలంగాణ యోధుల బలము చూపి, రామప్ప గుడిలోని ఇప్పుడు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర వ్యాప్తంగా అన్ని జిల్లాలలో ఆవిష్కరించుకోబోతున్న తెలంగాణ తల్లి అవతరణ దినోత్సవ సందర్భంగా మనం రాష్ట్ర సచివాలయం ముందు డాక్టర్ బిఆర్ అంబేద్కర్ సచివాలయం ముందు ఆవిష్కరించుకున్నాం. గౌరవనీయులైన డిప్యూటీ సీఎం గారు, గౌరవనీయులైన మంత్రులందరినీ వేదికపైకి రావాల్సిందిగా సవినయంగా ఆహ్వానిస్తున్నాను. ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ ఆనరబుల్ డిప్యూటీ సీఎం గారు, ఆనరబుల్ మినిస్టర్స్, ఆనరబుల్ అడ్వైజర్స్ దయచేసి వేదికపైకి రావాల్సిందిగా రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాను. కోమటిరెడ్డి వెంకటరెడ్డి గారు సార్, ఆనరబుల్ డిప్యూటీ సీఎం గారు, ఆనరబుల్ మినిస్టర్స్, ఆనరబుల్ అడ్వైజర్స్ వేదికపైకి రావాల్సిందిగా రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాను. ఆనరబుల్ డిప్యూటీ సీఎం గారిని వేదికపైకి ఆహ్వానిస్తున్నాం. ఆనరబుల్ మినిస్టర్స్, రోడ్లు భవనాల శాఖ మంత్రులు కోమటిరెడ్డి వెంకటరెడ్డి గారి విభాగం నిర్వహిస్తున్న కార్యక్రమం ఇది. తెలంగాణ తల్లి రూపుదాల్చటంలో ఈ విగ్రహ రూపకల్పనలో ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి సూచనలు, ఉప ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి సూచనలు, మంత్రివర్గం, ప్రజాపాలనా ప్రభుత్వం వారి సూచనల్ని దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకొని తెలంగాణ తల్లి రూపురేఖల్ని రూపకల్పన చేసిన వారిలో రోడ్లు భవనాల శాఖ చేసిన ఒక తపస్సు లాంటి ప్రయత్నం మనకు తెలుసు. For the kind information of dignitaries from outside Telugu speaking area, Telangana Talli is a symbolic goddess for Telangana state, which is, just by seeing you can have the inner meaning of that statue. Motherhood, Tallidhanam manaku మానవ జాతి రూపకల్పనకి అత్యంత ప్రధానమైంది. యాదేవి సర్వభూతేషు మాతృరూపేణ సంస్థిత నమస్సస్యై 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 నమో నమః. ప్రకృతిలోని ప్రతి అణువులో కూడా మాతృ స్ఫూర్తిని, మాతృమూర్తిని దర్శించమంటోంది మన భారతీయ సంస్కృతి. అలాగే యాదేవి సర్వభూతేషు జ్ఞానరూపేణ సంస్థిత. జ్ఞానము, ధ్యానము, తపస్సు, ప్రేమ, see, as per the instruction of senior officers here, I request ministers, సీఎం ఛాంబర్లో ఉన్నారు, డిప్యూటీ సీఎం గారు, మంత్రివర్యులంతా. For the kind information of panel speakers, dignitaries from different places, I would like to re-announce the details given by Gautam Garu. Hall 1 lo Experience Telangana Heritage, Culture and Future Ready Tourism. Honorable Minister Jupalli Krishna Rao Garu chair chestaru. Alage Telangana's Olympic Gold Quest in Hall 2, Genome Valley and Beyond, Accelerating Innovation in Life Sciences, Hall 3, towards 3 trillion economy, leveraging capital and productivity in Hall 4. After the break for 10 to 15 minutes, we will have second session. In Hall 1, Investing in Inclusion, Prospects in Affordable Housing Sector. Hall 2, Musi Rejuvenation and Blue-Green Infrastructure in Hyderabad. Hall 3, Connected Telangana, Integrated Transport and Urban-Rural Connectivity. And Hall 1 again, after lunch, Bharat Future City as a magnet for 3 trillion Telangana. Hall 2, Building Telangana's Entrepreneurship Ecosystem, Ease of Doing Business. Hall 3, Global Capability Centers in Telangana, from Scale to Impact. Hall 4, Innovative PPPs, Harnessing Private Capital Towards Public Goods. And last session is from 4 p.m. onwards, The Creative Century, India's Soft Power and the Future of Entertainment. You know, many illustrious personalities from Telugu film field, Tollywood, and we have heroes from Bollywood also taking part in this. Hall 2, inclusive prosperity, expanding opportunity for everyone. Hall 3, capital and growth, investment pathways, financial hub, strategy and high impact sectors. Hall 4 is startups for 3 million economy, Telangana 2047. దీంతో పాటు సాయంకాలం 6 గంటలకి ఈవినింగ్ 6 o'clock we have Telangana Rising 2047 vision document will be launched at 6 p.m. expecting all of you to be there. And 7 we have beautiful drone show, and 7:30 onwards we have dinner and cultural show. Thank you. నా తెలంగాణ కోటి రతనాల వీణ అని దాశరథి ఆ రోజంటే ఆనరబుల్ సీఎం రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు ఈరోజు అంటున్నారు, నా తెలంగాణ కోటి అవకాశాల ఖజానా అంటూ ఈ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ని సద్వినియోగం చేసుకోవటానికి ఆల్ ఓవర్ ద వరల్డ్ షుడ్ లుక్ టువార్డ్స్ తెలంగాణ. దట్ ఈస్ ది డ్రీమ్ బై ప్రజాపాలన ప్రభుత్వం. ఆనరబుల్ సీఎం గారు, ఆనరబుల్ డిప్యూటీ సీఎం గారు, ఆనరబుల్ మినిస్టర్స్, ఆనరబుల్ అడ్వైజర్స్, ఆనరబుల్ సిఎస్ గారు, డీజీపీ గారు, ఇంకా అందరూ వేదికపైకి వేయించేసి ఉన్నారు. మనందరికీ తెలుసు, తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర సచివాలయంలో తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహాన్ని ప్రతిష్టాపన చేసి అదే తరహాలో అన్ని కలెక్టరేట్ ఆవరణల్లో అన్ని జిల్లాల్లో ఆ తల్లిని మనం దర్శించుకోవాలన్న సంకల్పం ప్రజాపాలనా ప్రభుత్వానిది. అందుకే ఆనరబుల్ సీఎం గారు, డిప్యూటీ సీఎం గారు, మంత్రివర్గం ఈరోజు పుష్పాంజలి ఆనరబుల్ సీఎం గారు, తెలంగాణ తల్లి రాష్ట్ర వ్యాప్తంగా ఆవిష్కరణ చేయబడింది. గౌరవనీయులైన ముఖ్యమంత్రి, ఉప ముఖ్యమంత్రి, మంత్రివర్యులు ఇప్పుడు పుష్పాంజలి ఘటిస్తారు. ఇక్కడ ఇదే సందర్భంలో రాష్ట్రంలోని అన్ని చోట్ల కూడా తల్లికి నమస్కరించుకుంటూ అందరూ తెలంగాణ తల్లిని హృదయ పీఠికలపై ఆవిష్కరించుకున్నాం. ఇక్కడ భాగ్యనగరంలో ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఇలా రిమోట్ స్విచ్ నొక్కిన తరుణంలోనే రాష్ట్రంలో అన్ని జిల్లాల్లో ఆవిష్కరించుకోబడ్డ తెలంగాణ తల్లికి నమస్కరించుకుంటూ ఇప్పుడు అందరం గొంతెత్తి పాడదాం, జయ జయ హే తెలంగాణ. తెలంగాణ స్టేట్ సాంగ్, రాష్ట్ర గీతం జయ జయ హే తెలంగాణ.
జననీ జయ కీర్తనం ముకోటి గొంతుకలు ఒక్కటైన చేతనం తరతరాల చరిత గల తల్లి నీరాజనం పద పదాన నీ పిల్లలు ప్రణమిల్లిన శుభతరుణం జయ తెలంగాణ జయ జయ తెలంగాణ జయ తెలంగాణ జయ జయ తెలంగాణ జీవన చావళీలు చాలువాన కవి గాయక వైతాళిక కళల మంచీరాలు జాతిని జాగృత పరచే గీతాల జనజాతర అనునిత్యము నీ గానం అమ్మ నీవే మా ప్రాణం జయ తెలంగాణ జయ జయ తెలంగాణ జయ తెలంగాణ జయ జయ తెలంగాణ
తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర వ్యాప్తంగా జయధ్వానాలు ప్రతిరోజు ప్రతిపూట జయధ్వానాలు అందరికీ స్ఫూర్తిని అందించాలని తెలంగాణ కీర్తిని ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తం చేయాలని ప్రజాపాలన ప్రభుత్వం తలపెట్టిన గ్లోబల్ సమ్మిట్ ఇంత అద్భుతంగా అర్థవంతంగా ఆర్థికంగా హార్దికంగా ముందుకు సాగుతున్న వేదికపైన గౌరవనీయులు ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి సందేశం. ఆనరబుల్ సీఎం's మెసేజ్.
తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో వివిధ జిల్లాల కలెక్టర్ కార్యాలయాలలో తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహ ఆవిష్కరణ కార్యక్రమాన్ని భారత్ ఫ్యూచర్ సిటీ, తెలంగాణ రైజింగ్ గ్లోబల్ సమ్మిట్ వేదికగా ఉప ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు బట్టి విక్రమార్క గారు, సహచర మంత్రివర్గ సభ్యులు, పార్లమెంట్ సభ్యులు, శాసనమండలి సభ్యులు, శాసనసభ్యులు, తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో పెట్టుబడులు పెట్టిన పారిశ్రామికవేత్తల సమక్షంలో కేంద్ర రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వ అధికారుల సమక్షంలో తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహ ఆవిష్కరణ ఈ కార్యక్రమం జరుపుకోవడం ఎంతో సంతోషం, ఒక శుభ పరిణామం. ఇక్కడున్న మిత్రులకు, దేశ ప్రజలందరికీ తెలుసు, డిసెంబర్ 9, 2009 నాడు యూపీఏ చైర్పర్సన్ శ్రీమతి సోనియా గాంధీ గారి నేతృత్వంలో ఆనాటి భారత ప్రధానమంత్రి డాక్టర్ మన్మోహన్ సింగ్ గారు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ఏర్పాటు ప్రక్రియను ప్రారంభించిందని ఆనాటి హోంశాఖ మహాత్ములు చిదంబరం గారు ప్రకటించిన ఒక మంచి రోజు. చిదంబరం గారు డిసెంబర్ 9, 2009 నాడు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ఏర్పాటు ప్రక్రియను ప్రారంభిస్తున్నామని ప్రకటించడంతో 6 దశాబ్దాల తెలంగాణ ప్రజల యొక్క 4 కోట్ల ప్రజల యొక్క ఆకాంక్షను ప్రతిబింబిస్తూ యూపీఏ ప్రభుత్వం తీసుకున్న నిర్ణయం ఈ ప్రాంత ప్రజలకు సంతోషాన్ని ఆత్మగౌరవాన్ని అందించినాయి. అందుకే తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం ఏర్పడిన తర్వాత మొట్టమొదటిసారి ఏర్పడిన ప్రజాపాలన ఇందిరమ్మ రాజ్యంలో డిసెంబర్ 9కు ఉన్న ప్రాధాన్యతను గుర్తించి 60 సంవత్సరాల ప్రజల యొక్క బలమైన ఆకాంక్షను నెరవేర్చిన పర్వదినాన్ని తెలంగాణ తల్లి అవతరణ దినోత్సవంగా జరుపుకోవాలని తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం అధికారిక నిర్ణయం తీసుకొని ప్రతి సంవత్సరం డిసెంబర్ 9 నాడు తెలంగాణ తల్లి ఆవిష్కరణ ఉత్సవాలను జరుపుకుంటున్నాం. అందులో భాగంగానే ఈనాడు పోయిన సంవత్సరం రాష్ట్ర పరిపాలనకు కేంద్రమైన సచివాలయంలో తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహ ఆవిష్కరణ చేసుకొని ఒక స్ఫూర్తిని పరిపాలనలో తీసుకొచ్చినాం. ఈనాడు తెలంగాణలో ఉన్న అన్ని జిల్లా కేంద్ర కార్యాలయాలలో తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహ ఆవిష్కరణను ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని జరుపుకోవడం ద్వారా ప్రజల యొక్క ఆలోచనను దళితులు, గిరిజనులు, ఆదివాసీలు, మైనారిటీల యొక్క ఆకాంక్షల్ని నెరవేర్చడానికి ప్రతినిత్యం స్ఫూర్తి పొందాలని తమ దినచర్య ప్రారంభమైనప్పుడు తెలంగాణ తల్లి యొక్క ఆశీర్వాదం స్ఫూర్తిని తీసుకొని సంక్షేమాన్ని, అభివృద్ధిని ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్లే విధంగా ఒక బలమైన సంకల్పాన్ని అందించాలి అని ఈనాడు మా ప్రభుత్వం నిర్ణయం తీసుకొని ఈ విగ్రహావిష్కరణ కార్యక్రమాన్ని మనం ప్రారంభించుకున్నాం. అదేవిధంగా మీకు అందరికీ తెలుసు, తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం యొక్క ఆకాంక్ష 2004 ఎన్నికల సందర్భంగా శ్రీమతి సోనియా గాంధీ గారు కరీంనగర్ గడ్డ మీద నుంచి ఈ ప్రజలకు ఒక మాట ఇచ్చారు. మీ ఆలోచన, ఆకాంక్ష నాకు తెలుసు, తప్పకుండా నెరవేరుతుంది అని ఇచ్చిన మాట ప్రకారం ఎన్ని ఒడిదుడుకులు వచ్చినా, ఎన్ని అవాంతరాలు వచ్చినా అధిగమించి శ్రీమతి సోనియా గాంధీ గారు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ఆవిష్కరణకు సంపూర్ణంగా సహకరించారు. ఈనాడు స్వరాష్ట్ర కళ నిజమై ఈరోజు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో నిటారుగా నిలబడి సంక్షేమము, అభివృద్ధిని దేశంలోనే నెంబర్ 1గా తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం తీర్చిదిద్దుకుంటున్నది. అలాంటి గొప్ప నాయకురాలు ఇచ్చిన మాటకు కట్టుబడి ప్రజల ఆకాంక్ష నెరవేర్చిన గొప్ప నాయకురాలు శ్రీమతి సోనియా గాంధీ గారి జన్మదినం కూడా డిసెంబర్ 9 కావడం మా అందరికీ సంపూర్ణమైన సంతోషాన్ని కలిగించే ఈ పర్వదినం ప్రతి సంవత్సరం తెలంగాణ తల్లి అవతరణ దినోత్సవాలతో పాటు శ్రీమతి సోనియా గాంధీ గారి జన్మదిన ఉత్సవాలను కూడా 4 కోట్ల తెలంగాణ ప్రజలు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం ఉన్నంతకాలం జరుపుకుంటాం. ఎప్పటికీ మా గుండెల్లో, మా రాష్ట్ర పరిపాలన విధానంలో, మా సంక్షేమ అభివృద్ధి కార్యక్రమాలలో శ్రీమతి సోనియా గాంధీ గారి స్ఫూర్తి, డాక్టర్ మన్మోహన్ సింగ్ గారి యొక్క విజన్ ప్రస్ఫుటంగా అమలు జరుగుతుంది. ఈ సమ్మిట్ కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొన్న వివిధ దేశాల నుంచి వచ్చిన ప్రతినిధులకు, ఈ దేశంలో ఉన్న పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలకు, ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని విజయవంతం చేసిన అధికారులకు అందరికీ మరొక్కసారి తెలంగాణ తల్లి అవతరణ దినోత్సవ శుభాకాంక్షలు తెలియజేస్తూ మీ అందరి దగ్గర సెలవు తీసుకుంటున్నాను. ధన్యవాదాలు.
Honorable CM has greeted all the dignitaries from all over the world. On behalf of Honorable CM, Honorable Deputy CM and Honorable Ministers, Honorable Advisors, Government of Telangana is thankful to all the guests here. కోటి తెలుగుల బంగారు కొండ కింద పరచు కొండట్టి సరస్సు లోపల వసించి పొద్దు పొద్దున అందాల పూలు పూయి నా తెలంగాణ తల్లి కంజాతవల్లి అన్న దాశరథిని గుర్తు చేసుకుంటూ ఇప్పుడు ఇదే హాల్లో సెషన్ ఆరంభమవుతుంది. జీనోమ్ వ్యాలీకి వచ్చిన సెషన్. హాల్ నెంబర్ 1 జీనోమ్ వ్యాలీ, హాల్ నెంబర్ 2 స్పోర్ట్స్, హాల్ నెంబర్ 3 టూరిజం, హాల్ నెంబర్ 4 $3 trillion economy. I would like to repeat, concerned panel speakers, dignitaries from different parts are requested to be available at respective halls. Hall number 1 Genome Valley, hall number 2 Sports, hall number 3 Tourism, hall number 4 $3 trillion economy. These are the subjects. Thanks to one and all.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to begin
ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో వివిధ జిల్లాల కలెక్టర్ కార్యాలయాలలో తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహ ఆవిష్కరణ కార్యక్రమాన్ని భారత్ ఫ్యూచర్ సిటీ, తెలంగాణ రైజింగ్ గ్లోబల్ సమ్మిట్ వేదికగా ఉప ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు బట్టి విక్రమార్క గారు, సహచర మంత్రివర్గ సభ్యులు, పార్లమెంట్ సభ్యులు, శాసనమండలి సభ్యులు, శాసనసభ్యులు, తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో పెట్టుబడులు పెట్టిన పారిశ్రామికవేత్తల సమక్షంలో కేంద్ర రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వ అధికారుల సమక్షంలో తెలంగాణ తల్లి విగ్రహ ఆవిష్కరణ ఈ కార్యక్రమం జరుపుకోవడం ఎంతో సంతోషం, ఒక శుభ పరిణామం. ఇక్కడున్న మిత్రులకు, దేశ ప్రజలందరికీ తెలుసు, డిసెంబర్ 9, 2009 నాడు
during COVID period, that was mainly one of the major contributions of Hyderabad to the country. Today we are in silver jubilee year of Genome Valley, and we are going to unveil our Telangana Rising document in the evening, and I want to tell the entire audience here that when it comes to life sciences, a number of steps have been suggested in that document, and in that entire initiative, Genome Valley has to play a very, very major role in the years to come till 2047. This success has made us think much bigger. We are seeing unprecedented interest from global giants towards Hyderabad in the field of vaccine manufacturing and advanced manufacturing. So that strengthens our belief that next 2 decades will be of life sciences sector, where we have to move towards precision medicine and advanced manufacturing. Genome Valley houses the largest multi-tenanted lab space in the country, with around 3 million square feet of space, and very soon we are going to add 2 million square feet there. In addition to lab spaces, we have created One Bio, that is country's first common scale of manufacturing infrastructure, which will help companies establish proof of concept, and this has been done in collaboration with Thermo Fisher, which Honorable Minister inaugurated around a month before. Now our focus has shifted to mainly 3 things. One, to further create world-class infrastructure where we can help more success stories like Genome Valley. At the same time, faster regulatory clearances. So everybody must have heard about TG IPAS. So one of the important contributions of Telangana Rising initiative will be that we are going to work on TG IPAS 2.0, where we will further fast track the clearances through the single window system. And of course, we will keep on investing in creating an ecosystem which accelerates both innovation and manufacturing. As you all know, like other sectors, life sciences sector also is changing very rapidly. We are seeing a lot of technological interventions, artificial intelligence. We are going to play a big role in life sciences sector. So keeping that in mind, under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Shri Revanth Reddy Garu and our Honorable Minister for Industry Shri Sridhar Babu Garu, we are going to soon launch our next generation of life sciences policy, that life sciences policy 2.2, where in addition to further broad basing the incentives, we are also going to provide the same incentives for R&D sectors and advanced manufacturing. In fact, there was a long pending demand from the industry bodies to encourage R&D sector. In the current, with the new policy which we are going to launch very soon, that has been taken care, where R&D has been given status of industry like. Whatever incentives are there for your manufacturing part, the same will be extended to research and development. And as you know, any success story has to have good collaborations, good partnerships. So we have forced partnership with regions like Flanders in Belgium and Queensland in Australia.
Part which IHCL and our RFC will take over. In the sense, two of them will speak. Then we'll talk, Madam. We'll have nature and nature-based tourism, which will be headed by Madam and Mr. Ramdev Rao. So quickly, before we start the panel and before we ask the questions or before we ask their inputs, I just want to know from the panelists a quick take about this. How do you find being in this Telangana summit? Mr. Rao? Yeah. No, I have my, okay.
Yeah, it's very exciting. It's very exciting, and 3 trillion is a very motivating, and I hope hospitality and tourism will contribute significantly, as Little Velago Madam was saying. Probably let us aim for double-digit growth contribution to the GDP.
Please, Madam.
Yeah, good morning to everyone. In fact, this is a very good platform, and you know, it's very exciting to be over here and to promote tourism and ecotourism also. And ecotourism will definitely go ahead by leaps and bounds. And you will also see that ecotourism is as such an industry where it is contributing to the GDP, and ecotourism is also not behind. It will also go ahead to the whatever is the objective of our 3 trillion economy by 2047. Thank you.
Before I request Mr. Prabhat Verma, please check the AV once again. Just check, is that audible? Are we audible? Can the audience raise your hands? Maybe I'm audible because I have a louder voice.
Am I audible? It's fantastic to be here for the Global Summit. The bold vision of the Honorable Chief Minister and the eminent panelists here. It's a competent, caring, capable and confident Telangana tourism strategy that we have seen. A young state, but with an ancient soul. I think the world is very much clear that it's not the question of the big beating the small, but it is the question of who is faster, and that's what Telangana seems to be accelerating towards a great future. I wish the state the very best, and I'm enjoying every moment of this summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verma. Now I move to A.V. Rao Garu to talk about tourist experiences, MICE-W economy, and what are you doing at RFC to promote the tourism?
Yeah. So, Ramoji Film City, as you know, we have a very uniquely placed destination, which is cinema-based. One of the unique, what we offer is no other destination can offer, and 25 years of our journey, we have lots of things. Motivated film-based tourism, not only tourism but also experiential conferences, and from around 16 lakh people come to Ramoji Film City all over India, sir, out of which 70 to 75% is the rest of the country. So there is a lot of scope for us to look at Telangana and promote the local last mile travel agents, And with due, I must thank Minister Garu, Jupalli Krishna Rao Garu. Telangana Zarur Ana is in a very catchy campaign which has been running and it has been sustained, including participating in some international exhibitions, which was not the case earlier. That ecosystem will definitely help with the state taking the key role.
Thank you. I have another small question to you, sir. Basically, if you look at tourist experience, especially in the global context, we have 4 issues which we talk about. One is branding, second is skill development, the third is culinary tourism, which I request Prabhat Verma Garu to speak, and beyond Hyderabad. Today any guest coming to Hyderabad would ask me 2 places. One is Charminar and second one is, most preferred is Ramoji Film City. How are you promoting that and what is the suggestion to the government to improve this?
So, it's a very difficult question to answer. As Telangana government, it's a ecosystem. The entire ecosystem needs to be developed. That will be the responsibility of the ecosystem. Consists of the various destinations and providing quality products, and state providing impetus in bringing the inbound. A destination. For example, Ramdev Garu has a very unique product. So unique products, what happens is they complement each other. They complement each other. They have a, because a traveler, a tourist, when he visits any city, he would like to experience as many different experiences as possible. So what happens is once we have unique experiences, so the strength of length of stay will increase. So that will have an impact on the complete ecosystem. Hotels get filled up, and we look up to the government, any government for that matter. Incredible India from the center, and Telangana Zarur Ana is we are very happy for that. So it's sustained, will have impact on inbound. Inbound tourism, if you look at, we are yet to get back to the the pre-COVID levels. The inbound has not yet taken that kind of wings. Still, there is a lot of scope, and we look up to ecosystem. It's a hand in hand. Destinations have to give quality product, quality experiences. We cannot totally depend on government to do everything. Government has limitations. They can do certain things, but we need to provide the quality in everything. As they say, tourist, trust a tourist. When we deliver a quality service, word of mouth will have a great impact, and that will have a ripple effect on the complete tourism ecosystem.
Thank you, sir. What you meant was that we need to package tourism, we need to create this experience for the tourists, and also we need to be creating an ecosystem. Our Honorable Minister at the end, we will request him for his comments on what initiatives we are taking. Now over to Mr. Prabhat. You have been a distinguished hotelier. You are a wonderful management professional. And today we are talking about global experience from local visits. It's called Glocal. So first of all, let me ask you, how at IHCL you are creating this local experience?
Thank you. We come from the Indian Hotels Company Limited, which is 122 years of legacy, a Tata company for over 150 years in existence. We have a lot back. And the legacy of this unique state, young, as I said, in its belongingness since 2014, but it's got an ancient soul. And to give credence to that, there is that many more moments that one needs to celebrate in this great state. The city of Hyderabad itself has multiple ways to represent. From the Kakatiyas to the Sufism to the Nizams to multiple more. The Buddhist sector, it connects the dots in many multiple ways. So when you talk about a quality tourism, when you talk about preservation of heritage, the live example is the resurrection of the Taj Falaknuma. That's been a great storytelling for India. That you are not only looking at the palaces which is famous in Rajasthan, but there's a unique palace of the Nizam which has been now protected, preserved and presented in its unique format. the kind of awards and accolades that Palace gets for its architectural beauty, the experience that it delivers, the food and the cuisine that it relates to, is what this state stands for. It's just not the IP of Hyderabadi biryani or the IP of Halim, but it's also the millet story, the agricultural story of this great state. And that's what we need to relate to the bazaars in Charminar.
How the ecosystem has been built. It's not about the Genome Valley. It's about the ecosystem which has built very vibrantly, very strongly, and world all over is looking at us now. For the past 25 years, we could able to create that sort of infrastructure, one, and you could able to create that sort of a skill, and we could able to literally make world see what innovation really takes place. And that is the reason about 250 odd companies from 18 countries have their existence over here. And now if you name any big company or any emerging company, they would love to come to the city of Hyderabad and to the state of Telangana. That is the progress what Telangana could achieve over the past 25 years, and the city of Hyderabad could evolve itself. So I wish and see what we are trying to provide onto the platform, under the platform of One Bio. This is a platform where all the companies can use this platform, having access to the technology and come up with innovation. That is, and you know, I always keep telling elders over here that is high time what we would come up with $1 billion molecule. So we have a hope and we have a trust in the entrepreneurial spirit which they keep on dynamically moving. I see many entrepreneurs who have lots of expertise in this domain still have the fire in the belly. I can see somebody like, Varaprasad Reddy Garu, he comes to me with a great other thinking that he wants to come up what, after 25 years, what this healthcare needs. So that, that is the spirit of what we see, and we would like to share these experiences to our industry partners and also try to learn from them how the public policies or the policies of the government should be shaped in the next phase of 25 years, what we are calling as Telangana Rising 2047. The vision document with the vision of yours will be included in the release in the later part of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for laying out a very grand vision. And you have also, I'll come back to some of the specifics that you have mentioned. When we look into the major ecosystems, be it the Boston, Cambridge, or if we look into the Basel or the San Diego cluster, what is very evident is the life sciences ecosystem in Telangana is perhaps the topmost in terms of catering to affordable healthcare. So I think that is something which is a very significant aspect, and we will be focusing a bit more on the volume and as well as the affordability aspects of how the state would spin out these technologies. So just a quick follow-up question. You have also been championing through your leadership, creating a holistic ecosystem in terms of having the best in IT infrastructure. There's a lot happening on the IT sector. There is a lot happening on the educational sector. And you have put in all the elements that are essential ingredients for creating a very vibrant ecosystem. In this context, specifically coming to the topic of the life sciences, the next generation areas, just wanted to request your thoughts. How is Telangana positioning in the frontier areas like cell and gene therapy, synthetic biology and fermentation, AI-driven drug discovery, as well as digital health?
Our focus is very clear. By 2047, we have to grow. The life sciences sector should lead the globe. At least we have to be in that 5 areas of growth. And what we see is we want to lead the next wave of the life sciences innovation. And we are all you people are here not just to participate, and you are the leaders, you just want to lead. Around the world, you know, right now what we are seeing is the world is being reshaped by the new technologies, the new therapies, and especially the digital transformation. How best we can position ourselves, preparing for this future with lots of care, scale and intent. That's the real reason I was mentioning about One Bio, wherein the company can access to the biomanufacturing infrastructure, one. We are also investing in lots of talent creation and promoting high quality research. Through the upcoming, first is we are coming up with a life sciences policy and pooling the talent through the life sciences school. This is first ever in India, and elders of this sector, the life sciences sector, have suggested, and we are working on it by January 2nd week to show and to reflect to all the world how we are shaping the skill. We are planning to unveil our life sciences policy in the WEF, in the Davos. And, world-class institutions should be there. Our line of objective is, we have ISB here, we have IIT here, and why can't we have this sort of a school of the life sciences over here, which have the world-class quality? And we would, through this, positioning ourselves in terms of providing the skill, providing the infrastructure through One Bio, or giving the utmost importance to the next generation students in terms of providing and instituting a life sciences university, a school. The basic objective of this school is to have the courses, the people who are interested in the life sciences, and at the same time, the company professionals or the executives who need reskilling and upskilling. And this life sciences school shall be useful for them. And the innovation really takes place at their level. This is what we are trying to do. And point two said is, while we are trying to project this, the elders on the days, because their input is more important. How to translate our policy, our vision into action is into their hands. We are there only to facilitate, to give impetus to their thoughts. So this is our vision to make our Telangana to lead the next wave in terms of the life sciences innovation.
Thank you, sir. I think you have kind of mentioned about the talent pool creation, which is going to continuously contribute as we embark on this strong journey of innovation, and at the same time continuously evolve the different paradigms. So let me then shift to, I think we are looking at three focus areas which would help strategically plan the entire vision for 2047 and upping the innovation to the next level. The first would be on the volume to value, because it's often believed that India is third in terms of pharmaceuticals, in terms of volume, but we are somewhere around the 13th or the 14th in terms of value. And it is believed that a significant contribution to value would come from these complex products, sterile injectables, and then we are looking into the new therapies. So there is clearly a wave that we witness in terms of strategic positioning into the complex areas. So with a focus on volume to value, let me first request Dr. Satyanarayan Chava. So India's API competitiveness, in fact we have mentioned this in some of the meetings earlier that I have personally heard, is shifting from a cost advantage to an innovation advantage. What are the capabilities that the Genome Valley and ecosystem should build to support specialty APIs, fermentation-driven products, and also complex biologics? And we know that Laurus has been making a foray into some of this very complex product development. I would love to hear some of your thoughts on this.
In the current industry environment, there is a significant need to invest in innovation and also manufacturing. India needs both. We are not a service-based economy, not yet. So we need manufacturing. To get the competitive advantage, we need to overlap innovation and manufacturing. The bigger the overlap, the bigger the success. To do that, we have to create some centers of excellence. For example, which you are heading, Center of Excellence for Flow Chemistry. India has to demonstrate its capabilities. And India has done significant contribution to many areas. For example, as everybody is aware, Hyderabad is a capital of vaccines. So, Hyderabad-based companies also supply 75% of the world HIV drugs. So that is also a big contribution made. They also made the HIV treatment more affordable. In 2010, HIV treatment used to cost $350 per year per patient. Today, you can remove 1 zero. So it is not even $35 per year per treatment for an HIV patient in the emerging world. Actually, it is $30. That means it is one bottle of treatment per month costs $2.5. That is less than a cup of Starbucks coffee. So that is the kind of innovation done by the companies based out of Hyderabad. They couple scale and knowledge together. That is one good example. And second example is the Indian industry is fortunately in the earlier days was dominated by chemistry. But the understanding of biology is so much right now, I think people are focusing more onto biology. If you look at the nature is more powerful than all of us. So the way you understand biology can define the future of healthcare industry, in my opinion. Enzymes, fermentation, cell therapy, gene therapy, drug conjugates, all these will define the emergence of especially Hyderabad in this. See, India is known as a reverse engineering pharmaceutical industry. China is also did that, but China is not a fast follower. They became a fast innovators now. So 1/3 of the drugs discovered in the global scenario comes from China. So we have to see how quickly we can become from fast followers to fast innovators. That means we have to invest in basic education also. See, in the Western world, a lot of basic research, science is nurtured in the universities. It is lacking here. My request to Minister is invest very heavily into universities. Universities will create the future of the country. As you mentioned very appropriately, creating a university for life sciences, healthcare industry is one good step towards that. As a company, we also invested in cell culture. We invested in startups. So the culture of investing in startup is also increasing. In the last year, I heard there were 2,000 startups in biology. So that is an indication the number of companies will come up, number of new molecules will come up. As Minister is requesting in his every meeting, when India will become, Hyderabad will create $1 billion new drug. I think, in my opinion, it is not going to happen in small molecules. It is going to happen in large molecules. I think that is the kind of talent Genome Valley is also creating. And Genome Valley is celebrating 25th year this year. In the 25 years, Genome Valley has grown 25 times, I can tell you very clearly. So we celebrate, we were in Genome Valley for the last 20 years. And the growth we have seen in Genome Valley is remarkable. That was because of the good governments and also good governance and also the availability of talent within this region attracted so many people. As Minister said, we have 30,000 scientists in Genome Valley. You name any company in India, they have a R&D there. You name most of the global companies have also presence there. So, in my opinion, the new modalities like flow chemistry, biocatalysis, fermentation, cell and gene therapy, India can put and Hyderabad especially can take lead in these modalities. Instead of following, we can have the ability to lead. That means if you have to lead, you have to choose the recent advances in science. We can't take the very old chemistry and try to do that. So if companies focus on cell therapy, gene therapy, drug conjugates, biology, flow chemistry, I'm sure Hyderabad companies and companies based out of Genome Valley can lead the space.
It's truly, I think, creating strategic leadership and impact. Laura's involvement in trying to bring together CAR-T at a both accessible and affordable via ImmunoAct. And these are something which is kind of inspiring, not just for Telangana, but for the entire country as well. Let me shift to Dr. Madan Mohan Reddy and continuing the discussion on volume to value transition. While retaining the dominance on volumes, I think it's very important to create high impact innovation at scale. Aurobindo has made strong moves in injectables, biosimilars, and specialty products. What strategic advantages does Telangana offer for scaling these value-oriented verticals?
Over the past few years, Aurobindo invested in substantial investment in injectables, biosimilars, peptides, hormones, and some complex molecules. These are all required a lot of money to invest on these products. So where we required is the strong ecosystem. Without that, I don't think we can achieve the results. Telangana provides exactly that. If you take three areas of importance for this ecosystem, is one of that is that infrastructure. The infrastructure is exceptional in Telangana. Genome Valley, Medical Device Park, existing mega parks, future more number of industrial parks like Genome Valley will give entire value chain from discovery to process development, process optimization, commercial, and then in the large scale way it can help. These are all can happen only when there is a good environment in the ecosystem, especially like the utilities, especially what you can call it as an power. Quality power must be there for the industry, and the land availability, and then skilled manpower. All these things, it will help to industry to go for this type of development. The second important concern is the talent pool. Talent pool in Telangana is unmatchable in India. The institutes like DRILS, CCMB, IACT, NIPER, and there are pharmacy colleges, biotech schools. These are all continuously generating lot of professionals in the line of this regulatory, this analytical experts, then microbiologists. This is that what these institutes are doing to help this ecosystem make sure that we are all successful. The third point is government partnership. It has been a real differentiate. This environment approvals, the product approvals, these all will give go for that quickly can scale up and go into the commercial. These are also help. These are the three areas where I feel there is a lot of the dependency on this particular Telangana on this subject.
Thank you, Dr. Madan Mohan Reddy. If you were to look at specific areas from the context of 2047, which one do you think would require a greater priority and also we need to improve the ecosystem? Long-acting injectables, peptide therapeutics, or in general the complex generics?
Before that, actually, here today, if you want to sustain this, especially today regulations, I think everyone might be seeing, day by day, the expectations are going up like anything. Thanks to technology and then regulators, the way they are working on this, their expectations are becoming very, very stringent. If you want to meet those expectations, especially I feel there are four areas where we should be able to concentrate. One is Center of Excellence for Quality Systems. For this, we need facilities to provide GMP experiences and stimulation for aseptic behaviors and media fields, smoke studies. These are all require some type of stimulation studies for the students before joining with the industry. It will help industry to meet those requirements, whatever that regulators are expecting. Probably this will help us to quickly can apply at the shop floor. The other one is that collaboration with the regulatory science platform where we need to have, government has to create a hub for this type of meetings, academic and industry and regulators all together to make sure that to have workshops, mock audits, mock inspections, scientific advice forms and ICH harmonized training programs must happen. That is where at least we can have strengthened this, particularly on this expectation of the regulators. The third point is rightly said by Sridhar Babu garu about digital quality transformation is very important for the industry. Quickly we need to go into EBMRs, MIS and LIMS and whatever is possible in the industry, try to convert into a digital where we can minimize the risk. At least we can have a better compliance and also the partners who is going to work with us, they will be happy with this type of systems where we have. It is going to be an advantage for the industry to move forward. The fourth one is that, what is that workforce development? Even though there are people are working at the shop floors, always we need to continuously, we need to work towards that improvement of their skill. We should be able to have a lot of regulatory meetings, training programs. This is that what industry has to spend a lot of money on this to make sure that on the compliance part.
Thank you for your valuable insight. I think these are very important areas to consider as we kind of strengthen the ecosystem creation. Let me quickly have your views. Granules is synonymous to, first in-line defense kind of in the healthcare. You have produced a lot of high volume products and we now see that you are transitioning into more complex products. I mean, you have shown leadership in integrated, the end-to-end kind of a pharma business. There are some news that you are also going to step into peptides and peptide CDMO. I'd like to have your views. Is this a conscious transition from volume-based to high-value and niche areas?
Hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Srinivas Garu, and good morning to everybody on the panel and Sridhar Reddy Babu Garu. First of all, I just like to say that I resonate with everything Satyanarayana Garu and Madan Mohan Reddy Garu said about innovation and moving from high volume to high value. But from my perspective, one thing that I definitely want to emphasize is how much ever high value products you get into, I think it's very important for companies to focus on the basic essentials. And value can be defined in very many ways. Even a simple product that a patient needs on a day-to-day basis, if made in a very different way, can be, in a very innovative way, can be made very cost efficient. And that in itself can create a lot of tangible and intangible value for a country like India and for a state like Telangana. Today, even though Telangana and India were known for high volume products and now moving to high value innovative products, the basics of those products, the KSMs, the APIs, etc., a lot of them are still imported from China. And that is something I personally think we should focus on in a very different way. I'm not saying just cost, but make them in a sustainable manner. So in my opinion, while we and even Granules focuses on more value-added products and also on more innovation-led products, our innovation and our request to the government is to support companies like us in a way where, say, green technologies, say continuous improvement processes, energy-saving route processes are all provided grants for, provided subsidies for, or encouraged. And I think that would provide some sort of a strategic national infrastructure that Telangana should be proud of. And doing that will put us ahead of many other countries in the world.
Thank you. I think you kind of alluded to what would also follow, to have a quick view on building the greener and more sustainable ecosystem for the infrastructure. Dr. Anand Kumar, your perspective would be very important because we are a volume-driven vaccine player, but there appear to be important areas like vector-based vaccines, mRNA-based platforms, and also looking at recombinant subunit constructs. How is ILL, Indian Immunologicals, navigating through this transition to more complex areas, and how do you think the ecosystem can gear up to support a kind of a leadership position again in this high technology, high intensive areas?
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for this question. We are very fortunate to be living in a developing country like India, where whether it be an animal vaccine or a human vaccine, majority of the procurement is done by the government. So this value should not be purely considered in monetary terms. It should be based on the impact that a product creates. So in India, because government procures majority of the vaccines and provides free to our citizens, still it will be affordability will be a very, very important parameter. And in terms of how the vaccine world has changed post-COVID, I mean, if you see the number of pharmaceutical companies in Hyderabad or probably in India, there are several thousands. But if you see the number of vaccine companies in India who are seriously into business, there are only 8 companies in India. And two main reasons why this is so is vaccine requires a lot of capital investment, and also the regulatory procedures for approval are also very, very long. So to sustain this, it requires a lot of investment also and also a lot of patience. Now, having said that, a lot of changes are happening, especially COVID gave an opportunity for many, many technologies which were just developed at the university levels but were always kept on the shelves. But COVID gave a great opportunity to bring them all, especially vaccines which used mRNA and also the adenoviral vector vaccines. See, we as an organization, I mean, we have been in Hyderabad since 1982. As a company which has made both animal and human vaccines, we are the single largest contributor to India achieving self-sufficiency in the field of vaccines. Now, what would be the future like? Now, with newer technologies and also newer mechanisms of delivery, this game is going to change. One is, there is a lot of emphasis on mRNA vaccines, which got introduced as a part of the COVID, which gives you tremendous speed to develop. And it also doesn't require huge capital investment. And so what this would do is it would allow many players to come into this space. And currently the mRNA vaccines are prohibitively expensive because of the technology at the present state. But as as months and years come by, I'm sure, because there are now self-amplifying mRNA, which the dose required is 1/10 of what is required at the present moment. So that will significantly reduce the cost. And also now artificial intelligence is being used in vaccines in a big way. For example, artificial intelligence is used to select a vaccine antigen within a virus or bacteria which can give you a longer duration of immunity. See, duration of immunity, especially given our population of 1.4 billion, it's not feasible or practical to bring people into the clinics for vaccination very often. So the vaccines developed for the future should be something where you administer once and the frequency should be very, very minimal. So that is another area which currently companies, including ours, are working on using AI to detect and select antigens which can give a longer duration of immunity. Then third thing is, even for a particular virus, several regions have different strains and serotypes. So it's a supply chain nightmare to make country-specific vaccines for a particular virus. So now attempts are being made where we can create a vaccine with a broader, like a broad spectrum antibiotic, also a broader vaccine which can cover many strains which are prevalent in other geographies. Fourth one is, there's a new area. I mean, every time we know about a vaccine, we always think about it as an injectable. But then now many oral and intranasal vaccines also are being developed because this offers ease of administration, and also for our kind of population, it's very easy to administer many thousands in one go. So we actually, during the COVID time, along with Griffith University, developed intranasal vaccine for COVID-19, which was very successful. But because it was a live attenuated vaccine, it had to go through a long regulatory grind, and that's why we couldn't make it available at that time. Another thing is delivery. Now, vaccines we always think as an injectable. Now there are many technologies which are being developed in the form of patches. So especially for children, you need, the needle is a very painful thing, and also the needle uses a lot of plastic. So now microarray patches are all being developed, which help in delivery. So we also are developing patches for our measles rubella vaccine. Also we are trying out for the hepatitis B vaccine. Another thing is about thermostability. Maintaining a cold chain, also supplying vaccines through the cold chain is a very expensive affair. So quite a lot of effort is also going on trying to make vaccines which are much more thermostable. So these are all areas which we are developing, and of course in India or in any developing country, while you address the science part, always you should make in mind that it has to be accessible and also affordable. And we have been here in Hyderabad, our first manufacturing plant started in 1982 in Gachibowli. And later we also have 2 plants now in the Genome Valley Biotech Park. The first one started in 2012. And now we are establishing another plant spending about 700 crores, which will be mainly for animal vaccines, for both for India and also for outside.
Thank you, Dr. Anand Kumar. Just wanted to kind of transition into, there is another big expectation in terms of sustainability, digital integration, because all these are becoming expectations from the global regulatory agencies. On one side, we are navigating foray into complex products and complex biotechnology. In the context of Indian immunologicals, how are you kind of transitioning the manufacturing into a more sustainable manufacturing? Your quick views on that would be very helpful.
So we are a very socially conscious organization. We have tried to balance as much as possible between profits and social good. We have caught on to this One Health concept many decades ago. Today One Health is being widely talked about, but IL has been doing this One Health because we are making both animal and human vaccines, and we significantly contribute to the health of both. The third element in all this is the environment. See, any manufacturing activity will cause some amount of harm to the environment that we live in. So it's all about how do we minimize that so that we leave this planet in a state where our future generation can live, in a very, very happy manner. So we at IL have undertaken many initiatives which will reduce our dependence on fossil fuel. For example, earlier days we used to use high-speed diesel for all our generators and boilers, but now significantly for our boilers we switched over to natural gases and LPG or CNG. Similarly, we have solar installations wherever possible. And all our manufacturing plants are zero liquid discharge. That means we don't leave anything into the open. So we recycle and reuse nearly 30 to 35% of the water in our manufacturing plants in such a manner that our consumption also is significantly reduced, because you have to be very, very cautious about the power and water utilization. Plus, we have automated a lot of our manufacturing in such a manner that we can make more and more by using very less resources. So automation did give about 20 to 25% increase in yield. So thereby we are able to use very little resources. And also, like any other organization which is very, very active in the space of quality, all the systems that we implement ensures that all the waste is reduced to a significant level. So many, many objectives of this nature, and also as a part of our CSR activities, we significantly contribute in the space of providing biogas units to many, many households. So there also we address the environment aspects this way.
Thank you, Dr. Anand Kumar. In the remaining few minutes, maybe I'll try to request a quick view of Dr. Satyanarayana Chava. I know Laurus has always been a leader in absorbing new technologies, both at R&D to manufacturing. What kind of your thoughts on how we can, the ecosystem can support a transition into greener manufacturing, and also your thoughts on what policy would be kind of enabling this transition in a very effective way? Because at the end of the day, we'll have to balance sustainability and affordability together.
See, in my opinion, to become competitive in the small molecule manufacturing, I always feel use of flow chemistry, continuous manufacturing, and use of biocatalysis in the small molecule manufacturing will put the country in the forefront. See, if you look at, everybody talks about sustainability. If you have to become a sustainable company and put a sustainable product, it has to be cheaper. It has to be cleaner. It has to be greener. It has to be safer. That means you have to make your processes cleaner, greener and safer, and also cheaper. If you say, I'm a sustainable company, sustainable product, but pay me 20% more, nobody is going to pay. So for you to become competitive, you have to embrace all these technologies, use biology wherever is feasible, use continuous manufacturing wherever is feasible. I think if you use these technologies, I think country will make good progress.
Moving on to Ms. Chigurupati. There is this transition of manufacturing to sustainability, and there is a lot about science-based targets initiative and looking into the carbon footprint, circularity. We know that Granules is making strategic moves in terms of, complying with these expectations. Can you please maybe highlight for all of us what is Granules doing and why?
And why? I think Dr. Chava just answered that. It's the need of the hour. But I think Granules has been one of the first companies that has declared its SBTi targets for net zero by 2050, which is very much in line with even Telangana's targets and the country's targets, and 42% reduction by 2030. Of carbon emissions. The second thing that we have done is we have also committed to a progressive shift to 100% renewable energy by 2032. We've also adopted a lot of green chemistry, and like Dr. Chava said, continuous processing, etc., into the most basic products and even the future value-added products that we are embarking upon right now. And on the G side of things, Pharma Patishala is one thing that we have really taken upon ourselves, and it's actually something that Chairman, it's very close to Chairman's heart, that will actually enable skill development to do all these things going forward. So in Pharma Patishala, we essentially hire rural children from rural areas, 16 to 17-year-old boys and girls. We educate them, we teach them industry-specific skills, then we give them employment in our company for 3 years and a diploma while all their costs are taken care of. So I think all these put together are a part of sustainability targets, ESG ratings, as you can imagine. And Granules has been amongst, well, we just got an EcoVadis rating about 6 months back, where we're in the 95th percentile and we have a gold rating, which only the top 5% of companies in the world have. So this is one area of focus that we have as a company. And I think it's very important for every company to adopt this.
I think you have made a very important point, because when we look into the adherence to Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3 emissions, we're also trying to look at creation of an entire ecosystem and backward integration so that this becomes a preferred destination hub for all the global players. Sir, a quick view, Dr. Madan Mohan Reddy, on how Aurobindo is really taking this transition forward and the leadership from, especially when we look at energy compliance and looking at the adoption of the greener practices. You have obviously taken by the entire fermentation game into the next level. Some insights along this context.
By 2047, sustainability will be the regulatory requirement, not a choice. All industry thinking to not only, there are two ways industry always work on that. One is for the benefit of the industry, other is that for the nature of that, whatever that sustainability requirement. As per Aurobindo concern, last couple of years, we are spending a lot of time and energy on certain parameters where we are going, majority of the products we are working on the enzymatic routes, and we are also working especially the manufacturing. We are working on the continuous manufacturing so that we can minimize that wastages. Like I can give the example of that one of the product, like 6-APA. That is penicillin G to 6-APA is the one process. Before we used to do is a chemical reaction. Now it is an enzymatic reaction where water is the only one requirement. There is no any chemical involved in this. Enzyme and then water is the requirement. So today what Dr. Satyanarayana said rightly, China, they are all working on this. Purely every product they are working towards that enzymatic routes. The reason is we can minimize this, all these solvents, all these chemicals. So every company is working in the direction. And also on the energy part, if you go and then see today, we are all working towards this solar systems where we are spending a lot of money on this, especially power is the second highest cost in our manufacturing after this raw materials. The utility cost is the highest cost in our manufacturing. Next is the manpower cost is the major. These three, effectively if you work, I think any industry will go in a very profitable way, you can see. Today, all organizations, they are constantly working on the AI technologies, and then all automations, especially in the manufacturing area. So each and every portion we are making, it is not like that our objective is reducing manpower. How qualitatively you can deliver the product is the catch. If you don't have this, I don't think we can win this, and then we will be there in this, especially in the pharmaceutical business.
Thank you, Dr. Madan Mohan Reddy. I think we have got some really important insights, and if I look back into the Genome Valley, it's about having the right DNA and having the right building blocks which will code for the right RNA and eventually the protein. Before we conclude, we have also got some very important aspects of what would be the desirable policy-based recommendations and infrastructure creation. Sir, I would like to request, before we conclude, what message would you like to give to the global innovators as well as investors to consider Telangana as a long-term life sciences destination?
Yes, thanks for all the input given by the industry leaders over here. And in fact, all the global leaders and the leaders from India who are all here. And everybody knows over a period of time, Hyderabad and the state of Telangana has become the vaccine capital. I can't say thanks to COVID, but it is exhibited. When world required us, you all people were there, and Telangana proved its mettle. Thanks to everybody over here. And secondly, over the past 2 years, when we set the process of our governance, and
I am holding the charge of endowment department. Our department is responsible for more than 12,000 temples in Telangana. Out of these, around 695 temples generate income and over 3,500 temples operate through their own land revenues. The government is currently providing financial support to more than 6,400 temples that lack resources for even basic daily rituals. The promote Vedic education, we are running institutions that teach Veda, Agama, Sanskrit and traditional arts. We are also allocating funds through Common Good Fund, that is CGF, for temple renovation and constructions, especially in tribal and backward areas. We are extending support to priests and temple workers who are financially vulnerable. Through the Priest Welfare Fund, we are helping them with education, healthcare, housing, marriage assistance and retirement benefits. Telangana is a land of rich culture and living traditions. I am happy to say that Bathukamma has been officially recognized as the state festival. We are also taking strong measure for the development of Sammaka Sarlamma Medaram Jatara, one of the largest tribal fairs in the country. Permanent infrastructure works are underway to support the growing number of devotees from multiple states. We successfully conducted Saraswati Pushkaralu 2025 with the participation of nearly 30 lakh devotees. We have started early planning for Godavari Pushkaralu, which are going to come on 2027, to ensure a smooth and safe experience for pilgrims. Going forward, we aim to develop temple tourism through 4 major circuits connecting historic and mythological temples with culture and heritage. Our vision includes iconic temples such as Jogulamba, Manyamkonda, Vikarabad, Anantagiri, Yadagiri Gutta, Ramappa, Bhadrachalam, Vemulavada, Medaram, Basara and many others. Keeping Vision 2047 in mind, master plans are being prepared to improve facilities, boost tourism and preserve our spiritual heritage for future generation. Before I conclude, I want to say that our efforts in forest environment, ecotourism and temple development are not merely administrative programs. They are investments in people, culture, biodiversity and sustainable growth. I thank the organizers, participating institutions, entrepreneurs and all distinguished guests for making this summit meaningful and impactful. Together, let us build a greener, stronger and globally connected Telangana. Thank you all your support. Jai Hind, Jai Telangana. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your very elaborate, very wonderful address. May I now, before we conclude, request Mrs. Kranti, Managing Director, Telangana Tourism Development Corporation to highlight some of the initiatives and probably some responses from the audience who comprise of a very diverse professionals from different fields, madam. I pass it on to you.
So in order to achieve the policy initiatives and the Vision 2047 targets, so from Tourism Department, we are working on 3-4 main initiatives. One is experiential tourism. So we have taken up around 10 tourism clusters where master plans are being developed, and any tourist who goes to this tourist destination will be given 10 to 15 unique activities which the tourist can take up. For example, if someone is visiting Nirmal district, so they will be able to view the waterfalls in the nearby Adilabad district like Kuntala, Pochera, do jungle safari near Jannaram, and do boating at Kadem, and spend time with the local artisans of Nirmal who are doing beautiful handicrafts and paintings, and taste the local delicacies of the district, and visit Basara temple. So all the main attractions which are within 100 kilometers of the tourist destination, we are going to develop master plans, and so that every tourist will have these unique experiences, and we are going to market it and promote it together. In this, the local handicrafts, handlooms, culinary, all aspects we are looking at, so that a comprehensive development of the area is taken up, and these master plans will be in place for the upcoming 10 to 15 years. And while doing so, we'll also identify projects, shelf of projects for future tourism development. So what are new tourism infrastructure can come up in these areas to attract more tourists. And these shelf of projects will be also opened up for investors who can come and provide unique tourism opportunities. Along with this, we are also working on 4 new age tourism products. One is MICE 2.0. Already Hyderabad is an established MICE hub. Along with that, we are going to develop further convention centers capacity, along with the entire ecosystem of having sufficient number of budget hotels, 4-star and 5-star hotels, so that Hyderabad is the most preferred MICE destination at global level. Along with that, medical tourism, we are forming a medical tourism society which will help in branding the medical infrastructure present in Hyderabad at international level, and also liaison with Ministry of External Affairs, Corporate Affairs, Civil Aviation, to have better airline connectivity and process the visa issues, so that even we can attract medical value tourists also to Hyderabad. And then we are working on film in Telangana and wedding tourism, because as I said, Telangana has everything to offer, from heritage to nature to wildlife to water bodies, etc. So it holds huge promise for these 2 tourism initiatives. So to sum it up, we are also offering custom tours, because many national, international tourists who are coming, we would like to customize the itinerary based on the individual preferences. So if any tourist is coming, and if they would like to select the destinations and select the hotel of their choice, vehicle of their choice, if they would like to opt for guides or language interpreters, so from the corporation, TGTDC itself will be offering the entire customized itinerary along with guides who will go around and give a comfortable stay to the tourists. So these are some of the new initiatives which we are working on, and we look forward to collaboration with industry and hospitality industry also to help us to promote the Telangana tourism at national and international level. Thank you. We can, I think, do question and answer.
Because transport, and we cannot.
Good morning. As an outdoorsy, I request both the departments to develop camping sites in Telangana with the best infrastructure and amenities in possible areas. Revenue for both departments. And for the forest department, thank you for conducting the birdwalk festivals in northern Telangana. Koval Tiger Reserve is laid over 5 lakh acres. And
Can you just be very crisp? Because we don't have much. What is
Yeah.
your question to? And whom is it?
In Kagas Nagar area, lakes and dense forest is available. And in northern Telangana, please spread your wings for the tourist department and forest department. Ecotourism will do well because the decentralization of the both departments will increase the revenue. And every time everyone is focusing only centralized by Hyderabad and only what Ahmedabad and Anantagiri.
Sorry. So that means integration between tourism and forest departments and also beyond Hyderabad. You want to take it?
Yes.
Right.
See, as you said, both with the tourism department and the forest department, both together, whoever the tourist comes there, we are trying to provide the facilities and also even we're trying to create for the stay for 2 or 3 days, even wherever the water ponds or water the bodies are there, we are going to promote what we call water sports, and wherever the tigers are there, we are trying to providing water safaris in different places. Now I think there are only 2-3 places we are going to trying to extend also. And as I said, what you have seen is different. What you are going to see shortly, we are trying to care every part, and including providing the basic necessities also. And whoever comes there, if not permanent structure, we are trying to provide temporary structures also for their stay, and also the security, and also whatever the tourism places we have selected, 27 places, out of which the prime places we are also trying to provide a platform for performing cultural activities in different art forms. They are also have to get some income. So now they're struggling for their survival. We're also providing that facility also that helps both for them and also for attracting tourists. Thank you.
మేము టెంపుల్ టూరిజం కానీ ఇకో టూరిజం కానీ చేయడానికి చాలా స్పాట్స్ మా దగ్గర ఐడెంటిఫై చేసి ఉన్నాము. దాంతోపాటుగా టూరిజంను కూడా కలుపుకొని 3 కూడా కలిపి మేము ఒక సర్క్యూట్ టైప్లో డెవలప్ చేయాలనేది మా యొక్క ఆలోచన. ప్లేసెస్ ఉన్నాయి కానీ మేము పీపీపీ మోడ్లో పోవాలనేది మా యొక్క ఆలోచన. ఎందుకంటే గవర్నమెంట్ టేకప్ చేస్తే మెయింటెనెన్స్లో కొంత ప్రాబ్లం వస్తుంది. ఎవరైనా విజిటర్స్ వచ్చినప్పుడు మనకు మెయింటెనెన్స్ ఫెసిలిటీస్ అనేవి చాలా ముఖ్యం. వాళ్ళు చాలా బాగా మెయింటైన్ చేస్తారు, అప్పుడు విజిటర్స్ ఎక్కువగా వచ్చేటువంటి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. అదేవిధంగా మాకు టెంపుల్స్కు కూడా త్రూ అవుట్ తెలంగాణ నూక్ అండ్ కార్నర్ విలేజ్లో కూడా మాకు ల్యాండ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఆ ల్యాండ్స్లో కూడా మీరు ఏదైతే పెట్టాలనుకుంటారో మీరు వచ్చి ఆ ల్యాండ్ దేనికి సూటబుల్ అనుకుంటారో ఆ సూటబుల్ ఉన్నదానికి మీరు అప్లికేషన్ పెట్టుకుంటే మేము దాన్ని కూడా లీజుకి ఇస్తాం. మీకు లీజుకి ఇస్తే మీరు అక్కడ ఏదంటే అది కూడా మీరు పెట్టుకోవడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. మరి మాకు ఫారెస్ట్ పెరిఫెరల్ ఏరియా ఏదైతే కొంతవరకు మాకు ఉంటుందో అక్కడ కూడా మేము ఈ యొక్క ఈకో టూరిజం డెవలప్ చేస్తూ అక్కడ లోకల్లో ట్రైబల్స్ ఏవైతే హ్యాండీక్రాఫ్ట్స్ అట్లాంటివి తయారు చేస్తారో వాళ్ళతోటే షాప్స్ పెట్టించి అక్కడ ఇన్కమ్ వాళ్ళే తీసుకునే విధంగా తప్పకుండా రావచ్చు. మా అఫీషియల్స్ని కలవచ్చు. మీకు ఎక్కడ కావాలంటే అక్కడ, మీకు ఎలాంటి ఫెసిలిటీస్ కావాలంటే అలాంటి ఫెసిలిటీస్ సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నాయి.
Ministers, we conclude this session. But కొంతమంది ఇంకా ఏమైనా questions? Minister in case appointment is given. ఒక 2-3 minutes కొంతమంది కలుస్తా అంటున్నారు సార్ సెషన్. ఆర్ ఒక్క తీసుకోమంటారా? Okay. Quickly.
Minister Secretary, we represent a group of almost 200 physicians, mostly US. So we are sending patients to different places of India. and we also come here. So also we run a tech platform where we almost get every day 1,000 leads to come to India for the treatments. So most of them are outside Hyderabad. So we want some specific, I would say, liaising or a specific cell from the tourism department too, in addition to the health one. So we can redirect, and then they can probably consider Hyderabad as one of the destinations for the medical and also for wellness and the other things.
Okay. Thank you. I think basically you're looking at medical. Last of the session, and I request Honorable.
Yeah, as you suggested, to overcome that problem for any medical purpose, medical tourists, will create a platform. No, no. Okay, we'll create a platform, we'll publicize it so that all the are faced through a platform, by a website. We'll create a cell for that with a small group of people to take care of only the medical tourism people and also the others, whoever the farm sector, whatever is there. We'll take care. The suggestion, welcome your suggestion.
We end this session, and thank you all of you for your wonderful inputs. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the speakers for illuminating Telangana's tourism story with such richness and depth. So may I request Ms. Kranti to present the mementos. These are also the Pochampalli shawls. Please put your hands together for all the speakers for giving us the insight on the heritage, creativity, and the sustainable planning coming together to shape vibrant destinations. Thank you so much to Garu and also Rekha Garu. Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next session will start immediately. The shawls are geographic indicators with them that shows that they've been directly from the weavers and directly from Pochampalli. The mask artwork of Cheriala. The second day today, with the second session will be starting within a few minutes. The Telangana Rising Global Summit here at the hall number 3. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
I thank Honorable Ministers, Shri Jupalli Krishna Rao Garu and Srimati Konda Sureka Garu, Sunita Bhagwat ma'am, Director Nitim and the esteemed panelists and all the delegates who are present here for attending the panel discussion. I also thank the media who are present here and also the agency who has assisted us in conducting the panel discussion. Thank you one and all. I also thank the MC. Thank you. How are you?
The next session is based on the Connected Telangana, Integrated Transport and Urban Rural Connectivity. May I request the members and all the delegates from the Roads and Buildings Department, the officials, to please come inside the hall. Please be seated and please keep the phone on silent. Thank you. May I the members from the Roads and Buildings, volunteers from on behalf of Professor Dr. Sanjay Gupta, anybody from the department to please come over to the dais to start the next session. Yeah, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Sagar Deshmukh from the R&B, who is just going to start this session now and moving on to him.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Yes, yes. Yeah, yeah, fine, sir. Hello. Good afternoon. Everybody is settling. One request, we can switch off our mobile phones, or rather we can go with silent mode. Thank you. Wonderful afternoon to all of you. We are here in hall number 3 of Bharat Future City for our Telangana 2047 Global Summit. Welcome to all of you. On behalf of Roads and Buildings Department and HMDA, we are here with august presence of our Honorable Minister Sir and other dignitaries. Our today's session, we will have the theme of Connected Telangana, Integrated Transport and Urban-Rural Connectivity. It is jointly hosted by R&D and HMD. Before we embark on futuristic pondering journey, we will invite our dignitaries on the stage and we start our today's session. It's our privilege to have all visionary dignitaries today. It's my duty to invite them to dais one by one. Please have a big round of applause in welcoming our Honorable Minister Sir, Shri Komati Reddy, Venkat Reddy, Minister of R&B and Cinematography, Government of Telangana. While Honorable Minister Sir has kindly graced the dais, I would like to request Engineering Chief Sir, J. Mohan Nayak Sir, to greet Minister Sir by giving a flower bouquet. Right, sir. Next, I have to invite respectfully the Special Chief Secretary, Transport and R&B, Shri Vikas Raj Sir, Government of Telangana.
Okay, bhai. Nagalakshmi.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, sir. Requesting Miss Nagalakshmi to come on the stage and greet Special Chief Secretary, sir. Next, I have to invite our dignitary, Shri Sarparaj Ahmed Sir, MC HMDA. Requesting Anuradha Madam to come up to the stage and greet Sarparaj Ahmed Sir. Now this is time to invite our Engineering Chief Sir, Shri J. Mohan Nayak Sir, R&B Government of Telangana. Madam Anuradha, please come up and greet Engineering Chief Sir. Next, we have for today's panel discussion a learned moderator, requesting Professor Dr. Sanjay Gupta from School of
Jai Hind, Jai Telangana. Pleasant.
Honorable Minister Sir, thank you so very much for your kind and encouraging words. We all are excited about the prospects for housing in the state, and with your leadership we are very confident that Telangana will reach newer heights, particularly in the affordable housing segment. Thank you so much once again, sir. With this, we'll start the panel discussion, and as you are already aware, the panel consists of members from various facets of the housing sector. We are privileged to have the Dean of the School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, which is the premier most institute in India for housing and development. Dr. Rao, if I could direct the first question to you, sir. What are the opportunities and market gaps with regard to housing for all? This has been a topic which has been going on for many, many years. What do you think are the market opportunities and gaps and at an India level and more specifically at the Telangana level, sir?
Certainly. I think this is a very topical...
Sir, the mic can be a little closer to you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Minister, with your kind permission. I think this is a very, very important and topical subject that has been chosen for discussion today. Housing, as we all know, has a lot of forward and backward linkages. So any investments that are made in the housing sector actually lead to greater economic opportunities in as many as about 230 or 240 odd industries, both forward linkages and backward linkages. So investments in housing would mean investments in a wide variety of other areas where there's a lot of employment opportunities that are going to be given to our people. Because without employment, there's no money, and without money, there's no housing. Let's remember that. You have to have money if you want to buy a house, whether you are a very rich person or not so very rich person. Some amount of money is always required, and if you don't have that, of course, there are financial institutions and there are others who can always chip in and give you some loans and so on and so forth. The opportunity for the market, for the industry, I presume is what you are asking. Yes, there is a huge housing shortage in this country. We are only about 40% urban. The last time we had a census was quite some time ago. But while we are waiting for the next census, we presume that we are about 40% urban. So we still have a large number of people living in the rural areas, and we still have a lot of people who want to migrate into the urban areas because of the employment opportunities, which means that whatever is the urban housing shortage, which is in several millions, is only going to increase in the times to come, which means that the opportunity is humongous. There are some estimates that as of the year 2022, the urban housing shortage, the total housing shortage in Telangana is about 2.8 million, out of which a major chunk actually happens to be in the urban areas and a very small percentage in the rural areas. This is obviously going to increase in the times to come when more people from the rural areas will come to the urban areas. Now, market opportunity, the government is already doing its bit. You have the Indiramma Housing Scheme, you have the Andhra Pradesh Housing Board, you have the AP Housing Corporation Limited. They are doing a fairly good job. You have the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, urban and Shahri and Gramin. Some funds are coming from there, some funds are coming from the HUDCO as well. But is that enough? That is clearly not enough, because we still have a large number of people living in the slum areas, which are in not just Hyderabad, but several other urban centers in the state of Telangana. So, what do we do with them? There is a huge corporate sector, real estate developers. We have members from the CREDAI also here with us. And real estate developers are providing a lot of housing in the urban areas. But this housing is, of course, for the upper and middle income segment. Can they also downmarket their products? Can they also provide for the lower income population who cannot afford maybe a 3-bedroomed house, but can perhaps afford a 1-bedroomed house, maybe something costing 30 lakhs, 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs. Why cannot they provide for it? Unfortunately, in our country, there is also luxury housing demand. So developers, obviously, they are in here for making money. So they are catering to the luxury housing demand, which perhaps is now more or less getting saturated. If you look at the inventory overhang, if you look at the vacant housing, there are figures where luxury housing is more or less now saturated. So if developers want to remain in the business, then I think you better start building small, get into the one-room segment. I'll not use the word affordable, I'll not use the word low income, because we don't want to go the nano way. So I need only a one-room house. I could be a rich man, I could be a poor man, whatever. So you have products which are of a wide variety, wide range, wide ticket size, costing from 20 lakh, 30 lakh, 40 lakh, going up to 2 crore and 3 crore. And whoever wants to buy whatever, they can come and buy. So there is a huge unmet demand, and there is a market opportunity here. And real estate developers, many of them are coming and buying. There are, of course, you all know as developers, there are incentives that are being provided both by the central government and the state government. Income tax concessions are there, stamp duty concessions are there. Almost all state governments now have affordable housing policies. I think Telangana one is on the anvil. I think we can actually learn from the other states' examples, and we can maybe make out a better one. So I think there's a great opportunity, and the opportunity is actually in the numbers. So build more, and probably the very big developers may not want to come in, but there will certainly be a segment of developers who would want to build the one-room units,
Sure,
and provide them at a much reasonable price. So I am quite upbeat on
Sure,
this
sir.
particular segment of the market.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Thank you so much. Before we move on to the next question, Mr. Gautam.
So, thank you, Professor Rao, for your comments. So, we have amidst us a very august audience, including our Honorable Chairman of the Legislative Council, Shri Gutta Sukendra Reddy Garu, and Honorable Advisor to Government, Shri Sudarshan Reddy Garu. Thank you for joining us in this discussion, sir. We are proud to have you amidst here. Taking forward from what Professor Rao said, about the actual demand, I'd like to just pitch a couple of data points on that, because our state has taken a pretty comprehensive house-to-house survey of the housing demand, and with a good app called Indirama app, where we have gone house to house and captured the demand, including the present living conditions, including the what kind of a housing structure they are in, and also capturing their socio-economic factors. So we still have an unmet demand in urban areas, an unmet demand of 20.33 lakh in the LIG/EWS segment and 8.77 lakhs in the MIG segment. And yes, total of 28 lakhs, 8 lakhs in MIG and 20 lakhs in LIG/EWS. And in fact, these are not people who are completely dependent on government subsidy. Of course, EWS government will be, catering to, and this government is very, very committed as part of the Indirama Illu scheme. But, there is a lot of purchasing power, but the bracket of, the supply in that bracket is missing. That is what is reflecting in this demand. So I just want to place these facts before the panel.
Sure.
I request Preetham to take.
Sure, Mr. Gautam. Thank you so much for highlighting those statistics. So I'll quickly move on to the President-elect for CREDAI National, Mr. Ram Reddy. Sir, from the industry standpoint, you just heard the statistics shared by Mr. Gautam. He said there's a latent demand for about 28 lakh houses. So 8 lakh houses in the MIG segment and about 20 odd lakh houses in the LIG segment. How is the industry viewing this? How are you looking at this opportunity? How can you, as the leader in an industry body, motivate the private sector to participate in this opportunity, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Preetham. Sir, thank you so much for giving that figures. 28 lakhs, it's a surprise to us. I mean, the demand, what you're talking about it. Yes, CREDAI plays a role. I mean, across the state, we have 15 chapters. So every chapter have a big connection with the CREDAI Telangana state. So that housing demand, today you talk about especially middle class. So affordable housing, there is a definition of 45 lakh rupees is the cap, and 60 square meter in metros, and non-metro is 90 square meters. This 45 lakhs cap was decided 8 years ago. So today in 45 lakhs you are not getting those affordable houses. The definition of affordable housing has to be redefined. So this we have been giving the representation from CREDAI National multiple times. Hopefully, I mean, this time also we met the Honorable Finance Minister, then Housing Minister. Possibly this budget we are expecting that limit of affordable housing going to be increased. That is very, very much required, sir. I request the Honorable Minister from your side also has to push for this, sir. Otherwise, So the very basic affordability, where we are getting, the land prices have gone up, the construction costs gone up, everything has gone up. Inflation, you can see, 8 years inflation, if you take every year, I mean 5 to 7% inflation is there. If you take that also, it comes to 75, 80 lakh rupees. So this, we have been continuously talking to the governments, but hopefully this time, I think after talking to them, we got some positive note, and we are definitely going to have this. So affordable housing definition, then concessions has to be given. Even in the cities like Hyderabad, if you want to build an affordable housing, so land prices are so high. So getting affordable is very, very challenging, sir. So I request the government has to look into this and provide some lands to the developers and a PPP model, so that developers will come forward and they will build so many affordable houses, then they will be having their own business models. So this will definitely will encourage the developers, and it will become easy for you to also cater to so many ways, sir. So definitely yeah, thank you.
Good idea, na? Definitely will work out it that way also.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yesterday, Preetham was mentioning about the old, I mean, what do you call, all housing board houses were there. So,
example, Kukatapalli.
Kukatpalli housing, there's a prime area today.
Ground
So,
plus 3 present.
Yes, yeah, if you make it a PPP model, definitely it's going to give a big, big boost to the, I mean, this affordable housing, sir. Thank you so much.
Great, great. Mr. Ram Reddy, you stolen a couple of questions that I had, but it's good that we got a response from the Honorable Minister as well. I'll quickly move on to Abhijit from the World Bank. Abhijit, the Honorable Minister spoke about the financing opportunities and available of funding for the housing sector. How does World Bank come in and support state governments, the private sector, and ultimately the end users and buyers? How are you able to participate in this value chain? And if you can talk about some successful partnerships that you have managed both in India and outside India.
Thank you, Peter. First of all, I'd like to thank the government of Telangana for inviting us and for organizing this panel discussion. So from the World Bank Group's perspective, which includes both the World Bank, the IFC and MEGA, which is our private sector financing arm and guarantee arm respectively, we generally look at engaging with our government counterparts in 4 areas when it comes to housing. One is land, one is permissions, third is infrastructure, and fourth is financing. So you asked me very specifically about financing. Maybe I'll elaborate that a bit more than the others. But just to give you an example, because I think the President-elect of TREDI, Mr. Ram Reddy, also mentioned this. So land is critical because it adds to the cost when the private sector needs to come in, right? And from land perspective, there are 2 things. So land costs near the core of the cities are high, like he was mentioning, and land costs away from the city in the suburbs. We heard about the ORR and the areas outside the ORR which would be developed are more affordable. So there it becomes important to ensure the connectivity to these locations, right? Brownfield redevelopment, yes, definitely looking at land parcels which are not giving the economic returns. You can look at reconstruction, you can look at PPPs like you mentioned. But for the affordable housing to be constructed for people who are going to work mostly in the peripheral areas, maybe linked to some industrial areas, etc. The second is permissions. So the second major cost comes usually in terms of both the planning permissions and the permissions for change in land use, right? And these are 2 areas which I think the government can come in. I know the government of Telangana has already done a lot in these 2 areas, but this is an area that we work with different state governments in India, specifically in Tamil Nadu, as well as other countries, in identifying the bottlenecks and finding the solutions. The third is in terms of the infrastructure. So the infrastructure is important. We have some housing projects in other countries where the component of infrastructure, so water supply, sewer, etc., connectivity through mass rapid transit systems is more than the actual house construction component, right? Because once you're able to provide service land at certain locations, the private sector will automatically come in, pick it up, and deliver what is required in terms of the supply. And the fourth is, of course, in terms of financing. So in financing, we, World Bank as well as other multilateral institutions, will look at both the demand side as well as the supply side. So recently in our engagement in Tamil Nadu, we had a $440 million engagement. There the government was keen to move away from being a provider to becoming more of an enabler. They were already enablers, but more of an enabler. And one of the things that was done was setting up of this shelter fund, which allows long-term tenor financing at market rates, but quite comparable to, scheduled commercial banks, especially for developers who are interested to come into the affordable housing section, but probably don't have the credit profile to get attractive financing rates from financing institutions, commercial financing institutions. So this kind of a facility, which was promoted by the government, was the equity of World Bank, ADB and the government of Tamil Nadu, has helped both rental housing as well as ownership housing. And since I mentioned rental housing, the Honorable Minister mentioned the 28 lakh, or rather Mr. Gautam, you mentioned the 28 lakh demand. So in terms of meeting the gap, I think it's important to look at rental housing as well as one of the options. The focus should not exclusively be on ownership housing. So let me just stop.
Yeah, so Abhijit, I had a specific question on rental housing. Maybe we'll come back to that topic in a few minutes. We also have another stalwart from the financing industry, the ex-CMD of HUDCO, sir. But sir, allow me a couple of minutes, I'll come back to you. The next question I want to direct to both the developers from Hyderabad, Mr. Nandakishore and Ajitesh. How are you both seeing Telangana and Hyderabad's residential housing market supply and demand situation, and what factors will play a critical role for the private sector to operate in all budget categories? We are seeing more and more developers playing in the upper middle income category, etc. How do we make sure that everyone participates in all budget categories?
First of all, thank you for having us here. At the outset, I would like to say the land prices being out of board in Hyderabad are being overplayed in my view. Actually, if you see, barring a couple of pockets, the land prices are not as exorbitant as they are made out to be. If you look at Kokapet, if it is 150 crores there, every kilometer you move away from there, the price drops by almost 6 to 7 crores per acre. And by the time you reach Patancheru, it would be around 20-25 crores per acre. And if you look at the FSI cost, I think it would still be within a decent range of say 1,000 rupees to 1,500 rupees a square feet, which is, I think, pretty much a fair expectation, even if you compare with cities like Bangalore and other cities. But what is most important here is we have to understand what is affordability. Affordability, while the government has defined as a certain budget of 45 lakhs and all that, for me affordability is to be looked at from an individual household perspective. If a household is able to finance their EMI with 40% of its household income, then it is affordable to them. So that way you have to categorize the people into various brackets like EWS, LIG, MIG, HIG and all that. Now in the EWS category, I think come whatever, I think there have to be different models developed for that. And one of the biggest points what I would like to make here is that Hyderabad has got almost close to 2 million people in the slum areas, if Google is to be believed. Now 2 million people in the slum areas would roughly translate to around 4 to 5 lakh households. Now how do you do that? I think this is where we need to borrow the model of Mumbai. The model there has matured a lot, and I'm sure in most of this slum redevelopment, there will be many developers who would be more than happy to participate in this slum redevelopment. And I think we can adopt the Mumbai model here to do for that. And one of the prerequisites, of course, for this would be that government will have to ensure that there are other government lands which are made available so that developers can build transit camps where people can be temporarily located and then brought back once these developments are complete. And also there is another aspect that we also have to consider is that bulk of these home buyers, if we were to get into greenfield projects, if developers are to get into greenfield projects, bulk of these home buyers have a problem of credit availability. housing finance companies will not be able to finance them. And I think that is where the government intervention becomes very important. They have to perhaps give some kind of a credit guarantee to cover the lender's risk. And I was talking to a developer in Mumbai almost 15 years ago who had done in Karjat, he had developed this affordable housing. One of the biggest problems he faced was that there were the people who bought homes were not able to pay the subsequent installments, and that puts a huge risk to the project as a whole. I think that is where the government can again intervene. Apart from that, what the government can also do is give the developers incentives. I would say more than the developers, I would say the home buyers incentives by way of stamp duty exemption, which is again a substantial cost. We don't have a separate. And of course, approvals, as everybody says, there has to be a separate body which will give approvals, whether it is an SRA development or whether it is a development of affordable housing. There has to be a separate body who has to do that, and it has to be a genuine single window system. I mean, it should be something which operates truly as a single window system. One of a easier solution would be where a government has huge land tracts outside on the periphery of the city, right? So what I suggest, sir, is that if we can identify large land parcels across the four corners of the city, the government can do the designing, concept development and master planning of those lands. All the government has to do, once they have done that, and create the trunk infrastructure also, so that the developers don't have to run for, taking approvals or permissions. All they have to do is that we can tell the developers, okay, you develop here this much of area, you get these concessions or benefits elsewhere in the city. So I think that is something like what we are seeing in Mumbai. That thing can also be adopted. So the developers, one of the reasons the developers are not coming forward is mainly because they cannot do the running around, they cannot focus their energies on developing low margin, low profit areas. And it will be unfair and impractical for us to expect that private capital will make sacrifices. So I think the government has to do those master planning and developments across all locations in the city, and the developers will be more than happy to come and participate.
Similar this development what you said now, in which state it is going now?
Sir, I understand it is happening in Mumbai. They are doing in
any that type of document.
Yeah, in Ahmedabad also they have done something similar.
Secretary.
Yeah, I will definitely. Actually, I've been interacting with Mr. Gautam a lot, and we have a lot of conversations. And I can see there is a genuine interest to do something really good, and we'll be more than happy, sir.
Really good. Definitely, this government is also thinking that way.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandakishore ji. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Ajitesh, can you quickly come in, and can I restrict your time to about 2 odd minutes, please?
Sure. See, first and foremost, to understand this entire landscape, right? Am I audible now? Yeah. See, from the government side, government has land reserves in the city, core city area, right? Some of them are greenfield, some of them are brownfield. Greenfield land parcels, government has to auction at, and we need to allow the market to realize its potential. By not doing that, essentially we are eating into the balance sheet of the government. So I think the main innovation can come around brownfield land ownership, or what we call slums. If something can happen around easily establishing ownership in the slums. Because see, as it is, if you look at the slums, we have maximum an FSI consumption of maybe 1.5. Whereas in the west of Hyderabad, we go up to 10 FSI. So the FSI is a very beautiful concept, which is one of the biggest reason why still things are affordable. Let me share one small data point. In the prime region of Hyderabad, at a macro scale, an average house costs per SFT around 8.5, 10,000 rupees, like let's say Gachibowli. In Bangalore, an equivalent sort of area, house costs 20,000 rupees, in Gurgaon it's 27,000. So Hyderabad is currently the most affordable city in the country. That's to start with. Why we are there? Fundamentally because of the high FSI regime. Now second thing, when many people say a lot of things with FSI, first of all, there is no unlimited FSI in Hyderabad. If your property is abutting a 40-feet road, you can only build 7 floors. If your property is abutting 4-lane road or 80-feet road, you can only build 15 floors. Only if your property is abutting a 6-lane road or an 8-lane road, you can build like multiple floors. And a big road can accommodate all of this traffic. And second thing, see, this has become a market force. So we need to make policies which become market force.
So when it comes to affordable housing, we have to work on how, see, essentially the slum lands, whatever lands have gone for the slum, today are, in a way, are catering to the affordable demand in an unorganized manner. We are trying to make it organized. So the FSI advantage exists. We need to just work around the ownership things. There is no additional capital commitment for the government or for the private sector. Next, I do agree with one of the esteemed panelists that, yeah, I think housing for all, we need to focus more on the rental ownership, rental side, not on the ownership. Because the problem with ownership is it's going to cost a lot of money. Let's say somebody is earning 9 lakh rupees per year, right? And I'm taking a home loan of 25 to 27 lakhs. I'm going to spend half of my money just paying my EMI. I can't live with that. See, households which are earning less than probably 10 to 12 lakhs per annum, a good amount of expenditure will go towards healthcare and education. They should not be wasting money on the side. So a good rental housing scheme, if you bring in, where the cap rates fall anywhere around 7 to 8%, then you will have lot of demand. And also there are major global financial institutions like IFC Washington and ADB and these things who are giving fund exclusively for it. So capital is available. I think we just need to solve a little bit of the supply chain. Government side innovation lies around land ownership. As private sector, our role involves in on the supply chain side. So we need to invest in R&D to bring down the cost of construction. I think the future is going to head in the direction of precast. So we need economies of scale. I think we will be getting there.
Absolutely, Ajitesh. Thank you so much. We will come back to precast and other construction technologies as well, if time permits. But it's the right time to introduce Mr. Suresh, the former CMD of HUDCO. Sir, you heard all the panelists. Everybody is talking about finance and credit availability and rental housing, etc. With your vast experience, sir, how has HUDCO been an enabler for this entire sector? And what is going on? What are your suggestions and recommendations to improve the supply in the affordable housing category?
Thank you very much. Very nice to get the views, and more importantly, I'm happy to hear from the Honorable Minister a very clearly sequential type of housing approach in the core of the city, in the outer area, peripheral area, and small and medium town, because the whole state housing is a very major one. And that's it's the right approach, because that really brings the right level of inputs, more so because the cost of land in those particular case, the third category will be much lower, which is also a point brought out by many people here. But
esteemed dignitaries, industry leaders, innovators, my officers, Special Chief Secretary Vikas Raj Garu, HMD Commissioner Sarfraz Ahmed Garu, and dignitaries on the dais, and all my guests. Telangana is not just growing, Telangana is rising. I am honored to stand before you today at the Telangana Rising Summit, a platform that celebrates our state's determination, its progress and its future. Roads form the backbone of any progressive economy, and as we take giant leap to make Telangana 1 trillion economy, Telangana, my department, is committed to connect all the mandal headquarters with a double-lane road to the district headquarters, from there to state capital Hyderabad. You might ask, how is that relevant to Telangana growth story? Well, it is good. Connectivity ensures arrival of industries in rural area, acting as pull factor. As a push factor, rural labor and manforce gets access to a higher region of employment, more disposable income, leading to more revenue. Build infrastructure, build confidence is our motto. Our government, under the able leadership of energetic and visionary Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy Garu, is committed to providing safe environment for investors and employees alike. Hyderabad's radial connectivity is being boosted like never before. NS65 connecting two Telugu state capitals, Hyderabad and Vijayawada, is now being transformed into 8 lanes, marvel discongesting passenger as well as logistic traffic. That work is starting by before March ending. 6 lane plus 2 service lane existing highway, that is a whole 2 lane, 4 lane road. I am happy to state that Telangana is turning a landlocked state into the economic powerhouse by establishing a state-of-the-art dry port transformative facility. This session focuses on connectivity requirement towards accessibility and mobility to Hyderabad and transforming Telangana state into the economic hub of South India, that is ensuring smooth connectivity with the rest of the country and the world. Regional ring road with a radial roads connectivity is going to boost even development of Hyderabad, its surroundings. Previously, our government in 2004, we constructed outer ring road at the time of Congress government. Then the Chief Minister, late Dr. YSR, is there. We constructed the ORR. Now we are constructing this regional ring road with value of 36,000 crores. A strong road network is fundamental to a strong economy. Telangana's fast-growing network of national highways is being expanded. Industrial, agriculture markets, tourism circuits, and logistic chains. We are among the leading state adopting HAM, just like the NHA model, hybrid MPT model. We have taken special interest. The roads, we call the tenders recently 11,334 crores, 399 crores. We are dedicated to establish greenfield express highways with rupees 20,000 crores connecting two Telugu state capitals, going through 8-lane national highway where Holy Saint Srisailam will be connected by an elevated corridor. Our vision to reach 3 trillion rail connectivity must evolve into a high-speed, high-efficiency network. Further, I have to state that as a MP during 2009 and 23, I have good association with Honorable Union Minister Sri Nitin Gadkari ji. I requested for holding the next IRC annual session at Hyderabad. The IRC, with concurrence of Honorable Minister Gadkari ji, agreed to hold IRC at Hyderabad. This is a good news for our Hyderabad, Telangana state. When he held the meeting in 2016, he sanctioned additional 12,000 crores of rupees nationalized at that conference. So lot of states with competition, but I requested Gadkari ji, he accepted, is coming to Telangana, holding a meeting, and we are expecting more roads, converting state roads to national highway roads. Telangana is therefore prioritizing dedicated ride corridors for freight and industry, upgradation of major stations into international standard terminals, expansion of suburban intrastate connectivity, high-speed rail and bullet train projects. Looking ahead, Telangana is working towards establishing a high-speed rail corridor, boosting connectivity to metros and industrial hubs. A bullet rail line which will redefine fast, clean, modern transportation for future generations. Our goal is to make Telangana premier aviation hub of India, capable of handling international logistics, tourism and business travel. Similarly, we are developing many mega hospitals to give free health care of world standard to every citizen through TIMS. Telangana role model is not neighbor states, but our role model are China, Japan, Germany, South Korea and Singapore. We all know roads, rails, airways, transport are fundamental for mobility needs. Therefore, I sincerely seek active participation of all of you. Towards this, I request Professor Sanjay Gupta ji to conduct the panel on today's theme our strengthen our resolve to realize Telangana Rising Vision 2047. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Telangana.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister Sir, for giving overall perspective and giving many pointers for our experts to ponder during panel discussion. Now we have expert panel on dais, and I request Dr. Professor Sanjay Gupta Sir to carry forward with our panel discussion. Sanjay Gupta Sir, please.
Thank you a lot, Mr. Sagar. My respect, my deep respect to Honorable Minister, all the dignitaries, my fellow panelists. It's my profound privilege to be part of such a distinguished panel and dignitaries on the dais. Keeping in view the time limitations at the outset, I would request each panelist to probably stick to the time allotted as far as possible. So we begin the proceedings with calling Dr. M. Fani Raju, Managing Director, Lee Associates South Asia Private Limited.
Thank you, Sagar, and thank you, Professor Sanjay Gupta. Respected Honorable R&B Minister, sir. Respected Chief Secretary, sir. Respected Special Chief Secretary, sir. Respected Metropolitan Commissioner, sir. Respected Professor Sanjay Gupta. Respected Engineering Chief and fellow panelists on the dais, dignitaries, invitees and participants. I am honored to be here, and I sincerely thank RNBD and HMDA for giving these particular opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to share some of the work that's being done by Lee with respect to mobility and also with respect to the transportation plans that are being under preparation at a state level, particularly on the road development needs. Through this talk, our effort is to help you to appreciate the kind of demand that exists and also the kind of requirements that would be there at urban as well as at the rural connectivity. Okay, how do we... working. Yeah. Thank you. As we all know, the state of Telangana is spread over an area of 112,000 square kilometers. And it has nearly about 40 million in terms of the population, which is about 4 crores. The current estimates of the state in terms of its economy suggests that the state is experiencing the double-digit economic growth and contributing about 5% to the national economy. As we know that the Honorable CM has been guiding us in the recent times with respect to what should be the economic regions and how the development should be viewed at. Now this particular session, as we all know, is on the urban and rural connectivity. I'll cover under 2 parts, and the first one being on the urban and followed by the rural or the state level kind of perspective. The city of Hyderabad has been experiencing tremendous growth over a period of time. And it is growing, and it has been one of the vibrant cities of our state and in the nation. And the spatial growth, as you would see in the city, has been very rapid, and particularly the corporation area has been growing very rapidly, and followed by the densification that is taking place in the rest of the urban part of the city. Now this is the one which shows how the spatial spread of the city has been. As you all know, the city of Hyderabad is about 1.4 crores or nearly 14 million in terms of its population. And it has about 56 lakhs, which is about 5.6 million in terms of the employment. And the number of registered vehicles in the city are 92 lakhs. Now the reason why I am pointing out these numbers are, it is these numbers which dictate what could be the potential travel demand in the place. In terms of the supply, the city has about 69 kilometers of metro system now. It has about the major roads of nearly 6,000 kilometers, and in terms of the lane kilometers, they are about 15,000. Overall, about 1.53 crores in terms of the demand is what is being generated in the city, with a per capita trip rate of about 1.1. Now what this particular picture shows to you is how the city is experiencing in terms of the interactions. Now at a city level, you have about 1.5 crores in terms of the demand, whereas how city is interacting. Now nearly 3.5 crores is the total interactions in terms of the vehicles the city is experiencing. Of this, 10% is the through traffic when we look at the passenger traffic. When you look at the goods traffic, it's about 25%, the bypassable traffic. Now, all this demand is leading to severe congestions on the city road system. Now, this we have been experiencing, and with time, this particular congestion is expected to further increase. But the efforts are on as Metropolitan Commissioners has told us that the efforts are on towards preparing a mobility plan and having a better transport system to meet the future needs. The estimated population of Hyderabad is expected to be very, very high. Now, what this particular table shows to you is we have about 1.4 crores in terms of the population. The city is going to add nearly another Hyderabad by the year 2047. Now, that's going to be huge. And what it will lead to is huge demands with time. While the employment size is expected to further increase from 56 lakhs to nearly 1.27 crores. So what we are seeing is the population is doubling, the employment is more than doubling, and the trip rates are going to increase by at least 20% or so. All this would lead to a significant increase in the. And most importantly, as you see here, the private vehicle growth is expected to grow much faster even than the population. While the population is expected to increase, the vehicle population growth is going to grow to nearly 3 crores, which means we have nearly 2.6 crores as the population, but the number of vehicles are going to be nearly 3 crores. Now that's going to be the huge in terms of the demand. Now these numbers, when we look at how they will translate into the travel demand, it's going to be about 3.6 crores population, the passenger trips per day are going to be generated. Now, the 2.6 crore population will generate about 3.6 crores person trips, and they have to be met. Now, if we don't do anything in terms of our transportation system and the planning, what it could lead to is the current 28 kilometer speed on the network is going to get dropped to about 22 kilometers. And unless and until we put together serious interventions, things are not going to happen. We have been working, and we have been very fortunate to have been working with HMDA under the leadership of Metropolitan Commissioner Sir, Sarfaraz Sir, and we have been having extensive interactions. How is that we can reduce the travel demand? How is that we can contain the trip length? The efforts are to re-densify the corridors along the metro systems and also along the rest of the transportation corridors. By doing so, we will be able to contain the demand, and as a result of which, we should be in a position to enhance the speed to about 42 kilometers. Now, one is the part of the internal travel demand. The other one is the external travel demand. If we see, it's going to be, again, as I said, it's going to increase in leaps and bounds. And all this would require a transportation system which is of multimodal in nature, cutting across several modes, and this is what you would see. We require about over additional 333 kilometers of metro system from current 69, which means city will require to have about 400 kilometers of metro system. City also requires an exclusive bus rapid transit system of nearly 220 plus kilometers, and we require exclusive bus lanes. What we mean to say, exclusive bus lane is we should give priority to the public transport system of nearly 320 kilometers. In addition to this, as Metropolitan Commissioner has indicated, the multimode, the MMTS system which is there in the city requires further significant enhancement. In addition to this, the public transport routes and their rationalizations are required to be done, and also the hierarchical road system we need to bring in place. In addition, several elements of other multimodal transportation plan include putting together the terminal facilities, logistic hubs, and number of such things. Now, what you see here is how the metro is going to be with time, and also the MMTS as well as the road network and the terminals at this number of locations. All these efforts, I would submit to all of you, are expected to result finally, in terms of controlling and ensuring the time an user is going to take. From a 38 kilometers, which was there in the year 2016, the average speed on the network has dropped down to 28, and these interventions cutting across modes potentially can lead to we having an average trip length of or the average speed of about 40 kilometers or so. Now, this is at a urban level, that is metropolitan area level, and when we get into the rural setting and how the situation is likely to be. And the state, as you know, has an extensive network of the road system of nearly about 34,000 kilometers, and with nearly 50,000 lane kilometers in terms of the supply. I don't know. One very important thing which all of us should certainly note is the level of the growth of motorized vehicles at a state level. We are going to add about 1 crore, about 10 million additional new vehicles in the, it is what has happened in the last 10-15 years. That's about 1 crore new vehicles got added. And all this has led to the kind of desire and the travel that you see here. What I want to inform you is over 1 crore regional trips are getting generated of the passengers. Nearly 21 lakh goods trips are moving on the state road system. And all this leads to the having the kind of travel time contours, something like this. What you see here is how far that one can travel with the current kind of transport system within 2 hours of travel. And what it would mean is we will take about 2 hours 30 minutes or so, 2 hours 10 minutes to Nalgonda currently. And this and for in different directions. Now, our effort and as per the vision is to ensure that how do we control the travel times of the people and enhance the functional efficiency of the road system. We know the state is likely to be in the between 5.5 to nearly 6 crores in terms of population over a period of time. And the demand is going to grow. And the demand is going to significantly grow actually at a state level. And this is how the interaction patterns are expected to be there. And all these interaction patterns are going to lead to the current travel times, as we can see on the network systems, are going to shrink. And shrink significantly like this, which means up to outer ring road itself, you are going to take 2 hours to commute. And unless and until we improve this road system, we cannot probably travel within 2 hours to peri-urban or beyond. And following the vision of the Honorable CM, RNBD is trying to put together the road policy, which is unveiled today, and also ensure how the road system can be developed over a period of time. Given the spatial pattern of the state, what one would think is we should have, like at a national level, the north, south, east, west corridors, as well as the golden quadrilateral at the nation level. We should also, at a state level, should have something like a network form of this nature, and which is something like this. You have 2 rings, and followed by probably one need to develop a couple of more rings to make sure the total travel demands are met very appropriately, along with the radial road system. Now, something that which I would like to impress upon all of you is we have a settlement, and the settlement, if it is connected with one linkage, you will have certain level of economic vibrancy. And if you add one more link, how the vibrancy or the interaction patterns of a settlement increases. Now, this is what is the vision of the RNBD in terms of how do you ensure the multiple connectivity. We have a leader in the Honorable Minister who not only served at the state level, but also as a member of parliament at the national level, and he has been guiding the RNBD in a very dynamic way as to how we can improve upon the entire road system. It is not only just improving in terms of the national highways and the state roads, but also the expressway system, the elevated roads across the state is what are being contemplated with time. And most importantly, as the Honorable Minister Sir has indicated, it is important to ensure that the landlocked state of Telangana is connected with the port. And they have been having discussions with Government of India to make sure that this particular jinx is being broken. Now, through the efforts a few years back, what has been done is there is a need to add on from the current 5,000 kilometers to nearly 2,000 at minimum. And also the state roads will require to be added by additional nearly 3,000 kilometers. So in addition to that, the department is contemplating to make sure how our road development program is being put together. And this is similar to the kind of NHDP that's there at a national level. The rings, the north, south, east, west, as well as the corridors which it requires. In addition, the regional rapid transit system is contemplated, that is required to be developed. And all this effort only at a state level can lead to we controlling the times on the transportation corridors. Now, as I had shown you before, this is the current the travel time contours on the state road system. And this is what is going to shrink if we don't do anything. And if we improve the multimodal transport system, and very particularly the road transport system, this is how the spread is likely to be, and making sure that we have an efficient roads as well as the multimodal transport system. And with this, we will be in a position to control and achieve the vision of the Honorable Minister and the vision of the Honorable CM, and the Rising Telangana dream are going to be achieved. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Raju. I think if there are any questions, we'll take it in the end because of paucity of time. May I now request Dr. Manoranjan Parida. He is joining online. Dr. Sagar? No? Not possible? Okay. So we are unable to kind of connect him on online. So I will now request Mr. Rahul Gupta, our next panelist. He is Additional Director General, Ministry of Road Transport Highways, and Secretary General of Indian Road Congress.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Minister, RNB, Government of Telangana, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, learned fellow infrastructure visionaries, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am here today not merely as an administrator of road standards, but as a messenger of a transformative possibility. Indian Road Congress, popularly known as IRC, understood that infrastructure is not merely construction by bitumen, concrete and steel. It is the muscle connecting opportunity to those who have been historically distant from it. I will take you through how design and construction technology can be the critical nexus that transform Telangana's vision from aspiration into live reality for every citizen, whether they reside in the vibrant heart of Hyderabad or in the villages of rural Telangana. As explained by Mr. Vikas Raj, Special Chief Secretary, in his presentation, the Government of Telangana has committed extraordinary resources for infrastructure development in the state. It is an acknowledgement that genuine development requires intentional bidirectional flow of capital, flow of knowledge, and flow of opportunity across the rural-urban continuum. Yet I must speak candidly. Money alone does not transform infrastructure. Timely execution, quality, and intelligent deployment of technology determine whether the roads become catalysts for equity or monuments of. This is where the design and construction technologies play a crucial role. Just I move forward, I will just take a few minutes to explain about IRC. What IRC is? The Indian Road Congress was founded 91 years ago, and tomorrow we will be celebrating its 91st anniversary. And it was founded with a singular vision to advance the science and practice of road development, ensuring uniformity in design and construction practices across the nation. Till date, we have published 275 standards, specifications, code of practice, and manuals covering every critical dimension of road, bridges, tunnels, traffic management, and safety engineering. Since its inception, IRC has become a catalyst for systemic transformation. We convene engineers and policymakers. We standardize practice. We disseminate knowledge. Today, IRC is not merely a repository of technical standards, but it serves as an architect of advanced. Its codes and standards forms the backbone of all road sector contracts issued by all the road development agencies in the country. These standards govern the quality assurance plan systems, ensuring that public investment translate into durable and high-performing infrastructure assets. We will be showcasing all these aspects during the annual session of Indian Road Congress in the month of November next year, which will be held under the leadership or the presidency of Mr. Mohan Naik, the Engineer-in-Chief of R&B Department in Hyderabad. And all the delegates and dignitaries present here are heartily invited to join us during the session. A sobering lesson we have learned from our national experiences is that project failures rarely stems from flawed designs. They stem from deficiencies in the implementation, from poor construction quality, from absence of detailed method statements, from a culture that treats execution as secondary to the design. Here is what I wish to emphasize. The application of uniform quality standards must be carefully contextualized across Telangana, a stratified economic model. A high-volume highway code appropriate for pure corridors may prove impractical for low-volume rural roads. But this does not mean that accepting lower quality standards in the rural roads. Rather, we must develop what I call a simplified digital standards that are absolutely non-negotiable on quality outcomes, on material adherence, on structural integrity, and on durability, but that offers flexibility in implementation complexity. The realization of rural-urban integration demands a foundational shift, a transition from intuition-based analog workflows to data-driven digital intelligence, ensuring parity in planning and maintenance capabilities across the stratified economic zones. In context of Telangana, imagine a scenario. A standardized precast rural bridge in Adilabad district can be virtually monitored by urban planners and engineers based in Hyderabad. Structural health can be accessed remotely. Failures can be predicted. maintenance operations can be optimized. The physical distance gap that has historically meant that rural infrastructure receives less sophisticated management stands erased through technology. Artificial intelligence amplifies this transformation. AI is projected to boost construction productivity by up to 20%, significantly reducing delays and cost overruns. But beyond productivity, consider AI's safety applications. Integrated with digital twins, IoT sensors, and computer vision, artificial intelligence can transform roads into dynamic systems that learn and adapt, proactively identifying and addressing the root causes of road accident. That is a public health crisis that demands our urgent attention. One of the most profound shifts in how we approach infrastructure is the adoption of building information model and digital twins. These are not merely technologies, they represent a fundamental reimagining of how we plan, construct, and maintain our assets. Digital twins are dynamic virtual replicas of physical infrastructure that update in real time. And they are revolutionizing our decision-making process when planning a new highway or evaluating a bridge structural integrity. Engineers can now conduct hundreds of simulation, test scenarios, and optimize designs before a single brick is laid. This approach has demonstrated remarkable results. Energy efficiency improvements, reduction in project rework, and increased construction productivity while simultaneously reducing asset management downtime. Building information modeling has emerged as a foundational technology for achieving digital standardization, but its wider adoption remains constrained by insufficient policy push across the public projects. Telangana has the opportunity to pioneer a uniform BIM strategy. In addition, geographic information systems provide essential spatial context for all infrastructure planning. GIS is critical for prioritizing and infrastructuring road networks. The efficiency of schemes like Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana depends heavily on online management and monitoring and accounting system, also known as OMAS. And here is where the drone technology becomes transformative. Drones provide affordable, high-resolution imagery for site surveying, land use analysis, construction progress monitoring, and quality assurance. The combination of GIS, drone, and OMAS platform represent perhaps the single greatest opportunity for democratizing design and quality capability. When this combined with workflow becomes mandatory, the rural administrator gain access to real-time intelligence and planning tools previously exclusive to the urban planners. This genuine democratization of design capability across the state. Indian Road Congress has already initiated the process of developing standards for BIM and digital twins, specifically tailored to our infrastructure context, roads, bridges, and tunnels. A new technical committee is formulating national standards for AI integration in the road sector. Formal standards are needed to govern the accuracy, auditability, and data ownership of AI-generated reports. Regulatory clarity will unlock investment, encouraging vendors to adopt these technologies for improved service delivery and compliance. Building resilient infrastructure requires ecological footprint while maximizing durability.
Can I request you to kindly wind up? Huh? Yeah, thank you.
This dual mandate is increasingly urgent, and here where IRC provides definitive technical guidance grounded in innovation and sustainability. IRC has provided comprehensive guidelines for utilizing recycled waste plastic in hot bituminous mixes Mandatory utilization of plastic waste in rural road construction creates an institutionalized large-scale consumer for urban waste generated. This creates a direct, tangible economic linkage where the urban environment liability is systematically transformed into rural infrastructure capital. This is not merely sustainability, this is economics of equity. In addition, climate adaptation is no longer optional. This involves mandatory hazard mapping, identifying hot spots vulnerable to excess heat, flooding, cyclones, and designing resilient measures. Design decisions must be informed by mandatory emissions accounting exercises. The potential for low carbon interventions must be clearly identified with quantifiable CO2 emissions reductions calculated. The next important aspect is the quality. The quality must be foundational policy embedded from the conception through operation. Indian Road Congress provides authoritative standards for quality systems. Effective total quality management requires the digital enforcement of detailed method statement during execution, overcoming the historical implementation deficit that leads to premature asset failure. The transition to digital quality control is non-negotiable. Automated and intelligent machine-aided construction is currently being piloted in projects like Lucknow-Kanpur Expressway. Critical intelligent compaction technologies include intelligent compactors as detailed in IRC standards and provides documented proof of execution quality by logging real-time data, roller location, number of passes, speed, and most importantly, compaction meter value. Telangana must mandate the use of intelligent compactors for all payment layers projects involving double lane. For life cycle accountability, the 5-year inbuilt maintenance clause in civil work contracts must be reinforced by mandating digital handover of assets. By transferring the digital twin baseline, complete BIM model, and documented execution quality to the maintenance authority, the state must enforce transparent accountability for long-term performance. It means that technological investment must be focused not merely on innovation, but on enforcing execution quality and guaranteeing verified construction practices in the field. The transition to advanced construction requires profound overhaul of technical education across the state. Curricula across ITIs, polytechnics, and bachelor program must be modernized to include project management, asset management, and core digital competencies. BIM modeling, drone operations, GIS mapping, and photogrammetry must be integrated not as advanced electives, but as foundational competencies across all technical training institutions. Standardizing these digital skills creates a location-flexible, high-value workforce. A technician certified in BIM or drone data process maintains equivalent economic value whether working in Hyderabad Corporate Tower or a Warangal district office. By investing heavily in location-flexible digital skills, the state can create a system where the youth, especially in rural areas, can participate fully in the knowledge economy without necessitating to migration to urban areas. The transformation envisioned by Telangana Rising 2047, bridging rural and urban into a single cohesive, thriving state, cannot be achieved by simply building more roads. It requires building intelligently, equitably, and sustainably. When we invest in intelligent compactors on village road, when we deploy digital twins to monitor rural bridges, when we train rural youth in drone operations and BIM modeling, we are sending a profound message. Your location will not. This is the promise of Telangana Rising 2047. And design and construction technologies is the instrument this promise becomes a reality. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. So now, may I now request Mr. Srinivas Ganji, Director, Mrs. Arcades, Hyderabad. You can probably continue.
Yeah. I hope I'm audible. Thank you. I was actually like very fascinated by the goal set by the Honorable Chief Minister in terms of moving from the current 15 times the current economy, and that actually requires huge infrastructure changes, upgradations, and the new infrastructure which actually we have also seen from the other experts presented in terms of what actually has been being planned to actually reach that level. And what I want to stress here is the need for very strong digital backbone or the technology foundation for completely managing this asset life cycle for this infrastructure, and also to sustain this infrastructure, and also to have these operations well maintained and then well serviced for actual outcomes. And then I would like to actually propose the 5 layered approach, where the first layer would be to have all eyes and ears of the infrastructure in terms of having the CCTVs, having the dash cams on the existing resources like the public transportation vehicles, garbage vehicles, or actually any other source that actually we can connect with, and then have a better reach of seeing the status of the infrastructure and what is happening in terms of road safety, the demand, and all of them. How can actually we can take the crowdsourced data, and how can actually we have the situational awareness about what is happening on the network overall. That's the first layer. And then the second layer actually is to enable the connectivity across the state along with the physical infrastructure. How can we develop this digital infrastructure in parallel with what is happening in the state right now, so that all this data comes to a central place like a Bharat Future City, which actually can act as a central brain, which actually can be a digital twin for the complete state, where it can actually keep evolving in terms of the models, optimizations, and forecasting, and then performance monitoring, measurement. So this can be opened as an open service, open source, or actually any other service which can be accessible to both the public and then the private, which can enable innovation, and then lot of operational platforms that actually can be built over this to bring the efficiency and then improve the road safety among different agencies like adaptive traffic signal control system and road safety management system, to actually have the lesser response time in the golden hour, and then public transportation operationalization improvement. All these things can be easily enabled with a central mobility digital twin for the complete state with the government, enabling all the public and then private organizations. And then the last layer actually is to empower the end user service, and then having a multimodal integration, not just actually with the physical infrastructure, but also having a seamless mobility experience, not just for the people within the city, but actually also to the level of a person like residing in the village. How can we actually enable him and then connect with him with the digital connectivity, and then help him for the seamless mobility experience, not just actually them, the logistics also. So this is how I propose that we should actually have this 5-layer approach to have a very strong, efficient, sustainable and safe infrastructure possible, which actually can support this 2047 vision of Telangana rising. And this is very much important because if you have seen the outer ring road actually was formed like more than 10, 12 years back, and then this has resulted definitely a very good economy for the complete, maybe for the state as well as for the city. But at the same time, it actually is taking away almost 60 deaths per year, 65 deaths per year. And how can we improve the safety or actually reduce this loss of lives while having the economy boost? I think that is more important. So that's what I wanted to propose on having a very strong digital backbone for the mobility for the state.
Thank you so much. Now, may I now request Mr. Chetan Patel, he is the CEO of Texture Ahmedabad, to speak on the subject IT, ITS and road safety. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister of Roads and Buildings Department, Telangana, Honorable Chief Secretary, Honorable Engineer in Chief, and all the topic is basically it's how can we take Telangana for a Vision Zero state. Vision Zero means what? It is zero fatalities and zero severe accidents. That should be the ultimate goal for the road safety that we should aim for. So that is where, in fact, I would like to highlight how we can transition to achieve the Vision Zero. So first is like we have, there has to be a phased approach. For example, we have cameras installed, we have traffic signals. So what we can do is using those camera feeds and those understanding the traffic patterns, we can tune the signal timings. We can enable AI intelligence on the camera feeds to understand queue, to understand incidences, to understand violations. Then as a next step, we can go for further enhancement. Okay, then as a next step, we can go on further enhancements, like whatever the signals we have, we can go for adaptive traffic management system. We can go for deeper analytics on the camera feeds to understand the traffic signal violators, speed violators, and based on those, we can create a predictive models to understand who can be the future people who can basically get involved into accidents. So assimilating and basically refining the data and all these things is going to be very crucial in once you have the data. Then you can basically implement ANPR, deploy incident capturing, do e-challans, integrate GIS, GPS data also. So this is basically the next phase of approach once you have implemented cameras, signals and everything. After this is basically go for an interactive based system. For example, install pedestrian crossing system. I am not sure how many of the people knows, but in most of the cities in India, the most deaths happen after, the majority of the people who die in accidents in cities are two-wheelers, and then comes the pedestrians. So safety for pedestrians is also very paramount important when you consider city traffic infrastructure. Then you should have some speed calming to control the speed of the vehicles, for something like to warn for if you are a speedy vehicle and to greet you if you are basically going with a limited speed. Then if you do parking illegally also, there has to be some sort of an interactive display based system that displays gets activated that you are parked illegally, please remove your car. So this kind of interactive based system as a next phase I suggest to go towards improvement of your ITS system. Thereafter, you advance AI to data mine and basically provide predictive models to identify drivers, for example, who are driving erratically, who are not driving in a queue, who are speeding up. So those kind of those kind of vehicles are mostly going to get involved in accidents. Plan for drone using for incident management for events where the density of the traffic is very high. I give you an example. If the drone has to be available or used, there was a massive traffic jam in MP sometime back, in some couple of months back, and a person has died of a heart attack because he could not get the medicine. So if you have something like a drone kind of a system, you can deliver basically some critical medical accessories, medical assistance to people who are stuck up in the traffic also. Then also parking plays a very important role in ITS also, because almost every one of us who live in cities, and especially big metro cities, spends over like 50 to 100 hours every year to find the parking place. So geomap your parking places, identify parking places you have, and provide them in a digital platform so that citizens who drive can easily find the parking space. So this saves the fuel as well as saves the time also. Then along with the fiber optic network, now we have 5G networks, then 6G networks will also be introduced in the coming future. So use this kind of a network-based thing also to integrate your IT equipments, integrate your road traffic equipments with the command and control center. That would be easy versus laying out fiber optic. Now, what would be the future is basically is a V2X or CV2 cellular vehicle to anything, which is where every major country is doing pilot projects, and India is also not far behind. We maybe, I think in couple of months, as MOT releases a guideline, we will be, India will be doing pilot projects on C2V, is basically connected vehicles and connected vehicles to infrastructure, road infrastructure. So this is the ultimate roadmap for right now that is envisioned across the globe to achieve Vision Zero. And this is how basically you have vehicles connected, you have this. Now we cannot leave behind the vehicles which are basically not having those kind of an instruments called onboard units, because CV2X or V2X requires a roadside unit that connects to your ITS infrastructure like signals, pedestrian signals, speed calming systems, and also there is an onboard unit gets fitted into your vehicle and gets associated with your vehicle sensors and vehicle data. So like for old vehicles, which for example, which have dashboards, so has cellular connectivity, you can basically, and not having OBU integration feasibility, you can integrate the data from basically roadside unit to cloud, and from cloud pass that data to the dashboard of the vehicle. So let's say if there is a wrong way vehicle coming in your way, the sensors will immediately inform that data to roadside unit. From there, the information goes to cloud and comes to your dashboard that there is a wrong way vehicle coming ahead. So please drive carefully. And for those vehicles which doesn't have even a dashboard, they are old vehicles, so you can have some sort of a smartphone-based facility for integration. So this is how basically you will connect all the three variants of vehicle types that exist on the road with connected technology. I just give you one very simple example, considering like I think Hyderabad has more than 600, 700 traffic signals. But let's say if you have 500 traffic signal, and on a signal you put up a display, a message display. So when you stop at the signal on a red line, the display says engine off. I'm sure when someone sees that, if you have like 50 vehicles on each side standing on a signal as a red, and if 30% of those vehicles switches off their engine, because psychologically if someone sees, then you basically tend to switch off the engine. So that means 22,500 vehicles have switched off their engines, translating to 3,15,000 hours of fuel emission saving. So you can imagine that this translates to how much reduction in pollution. Also, just a simple thing of switching off your engine on a traffic signal. So maybe next time when you stand at the signal and the signal is red, switch off the engine. It will help to contribute saving environment and fuel also. And this also means that this can be something like the fuel consumption of approximately 100,000 vehicles every day traveling in Hyderabad city. Another simple thing is basically that's a human psychology. So just slow down at junctions, so junctions which doesn't have traffic signals active, and there are junctions which does not have traffic signals, but if you tend to slow down at junctions, your chances of collision and accidents becomes very low. So next time when you travel and come near to a junction, please try to slow your vehicle. You will experience some peace and some happy thing that yes, this helps really to avoid accidents. So in fact, one of our road safety project has also been recommended. Basically, it was a World Bank assisted program, and it was such kind of project was recommended in more also road safety practices in India. And also, lastly, no Vision Zero or future of Vision Zero can be achieved if public participation and in fact their active involvement is not there. So public awareness, continuous education, sense of responsibility to follow traffic rule is also very must. So this is again, we just not just relying on the systems and the infrastructure, but it is also our duty to basically adhere to the traffic laws. That's all. In fact, I would like to show you a very small video, and in fact, Honorable Minister or Honorable Secretary, sir, I think he said about lots of highways coming up, and as you have highways, and there is a lot of maintenance activity. There are basically, I will show you for one video that has saved many lives very recently. It was on 26th of November. So can you please play the video? TTMA. It's a very short video, few seconds only. Actually, that video is not rendering, but it was basically on a national highway project on 26th of November. It's on a 4-lane road. One lane was closed and for maintenance, and they were setting up work zones. And unfortunately, there was a car, basically the driver has slept in the morning at 9 o'clock. And he has basically accelerated the vehicle, pressed his foot on the accelerator. And there was a device called TTMA. So in just 3 seconds, that vehicle was coming in very fast mode, something like 110, 120 speed. In just 3 seconds, basically stopped the vehicle, absorbing all the energy. And if that equipment was not there, you could have imagined there are 48 basically people on that lane working. So if a car with speed of 110 goes over 48 people, how many fatalities can happen? So this...
Mr. Patel, can we wind up now? Here,
Yes.
Can we wind up, please?
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you. So now, may I now request our last panelist for today, Mr. Hari Bhaskar. He is Manager Investment Operations, South Asia, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, China, presently based in Abu Dhabi. Yeah, please. Yeah. Yeah. You can speak from there. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Hello. Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, Special Chief Secretary, Metropolitan Commissioner, and all the dignitaries. Honored to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I know I am the last man standing between you all and a delayed lunch. Taking a lot of importance of infrastructure, technology-enabled infrastructure, the road safety, and the policy and all that. So a little bit about the bank. I represent the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which is a multilateral bank like the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank. This bank is a new kid on the block. We started like 10 years ago, around 2016. India is the second largest shareholder of the bank and is the largest borrower or beneficiary, I should say, from the bank. And most of the money from the bank in India goes to the transport sector. We have been working very closely with many states, and we have done, for example, rural roads in Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh. We have done highways, ring roads in Chennai, secondary roads in Assam, orbital roads in Haryana, metro projects in many states, in Chennai, Bangalore, Mumbai, Kochi, and RRTS, Delhi Meerut RRTS, in our 10 years of operation. This is just to show that transport is a sector, especially roads is a sector in India where there is a lot of demand, and the bank will be very happy to work with government of Telangana too. I saw in the policy document in Honorable Minister's forward an American JFK saying something about why America's roads are good. Same thing, there is also a Chinese proverb, because I come from a bank which is based in China. There is a very old Chinese proverb, a 1,000 year, then it should build roads. This is a strong belief of Chinese, and you can see that when you go to China, for example, that every nook and corner is connected with roads, which is a very important enabler for economic growth. I'm very glad to hear that India is planning to do the same thing, and the Vision 2047 encompasses that. We all know that with the good road infrastructure, the economic growth inevitably follows. Development, not just infrastructure development. As a development bank, we believe that just developing infrastructure alone is not adequate. You have to develop the human capital, by which we mean the education and the health infrastructure, which will all follow if we have a good road network. So I'm very glad to be here to discuss about the roads. And the topic that I have been given is to talk a little bit about program approach rather than a project approach. Why program? Why not project? Actually, a program is not very different from project because it is just a string of projects put together. But at the same time, the key objective of a program is to ensure that the outcome is achieved rather than just an output. In a project in which you build like 30 kilometers of roads, the output is to build just the 30 kilometers of roads. But if you have a program like, say, a Bharatmala, or if you have a program to connect highways to all the major cities in Telangana, then the outcome is to ensure connectivity, not just to build that 200, 300 kilometers of road or 1,000 kilometers of road. So it is a very outcome-driven approach, this program. That's why program approach is extremely important. And if a project, if it goes beyond a certain size, it becomes very difficult to manage. But at the same time, if it's a program which has a group of projects, then it can be managed better. You can have a program director, you can have project directors for various projects under the program, so that the program can be managed better. And I spoke about the outcome. Also, it's very important, whether we like it or not, all these assets, the road assets, are going to face the brunt of climate change. Yeah. We are not going to be able to do much for climate mitigation as a road sector, but we are going to face the consequences of the climate adaptation. Yeah? If we don't adapt, if these assets don't adapt well to the consequences of climate change, it's going to be a problem. When you do such a large road network as a program, then you can ensure that the climate resilience aspects are taken care of into the whole program. But if you do the program into 20 different projects, instead of approaching it as a program, Some projects may have some good climate resilience approach, some projects may not have it. So it's very good to ensure that if you have a program, all the climate resilience aspects are built into the design so that it can stand the test of time. So I can keep talking about why a program approach is much better, but these are some of the aspects why program approach is better. And also at the end of the day, you will have to assess the impact of the program or the project that you have done. When we do it as a program, it gives you a holistic approach. It enables us to assess the impact or to evaluate the impact of the program. From the financing point of view, because I'm from a bank, we financiers, I'm not just talking about the multilateral development banks like us, World Bank or ADB, even domestic financiers, even NABARD-like financiers, would very much like a programmatic approach rather than a project-based approach. So I think it will be relatively that much easier for the state to get financing if you can develop programs rather than just individual projects. Yeah. And also financiers are keen to ensure that the outcome of any program is achieved rather than outputs. Again, program comes into play. Financiers would like to ensure that there is consistency in your environmental and social safeguards approach across all the projects, which is again possible by having a program. Consistency in procurement approach, because transparency in public procurement is extremely important. It's good to have a program so that you can have a consistent approach in procurement, and not to mention the climate resilience aspect that I spoke about. So this will help in consistency. And also we as financiers would like to ensure that the government is committed for the whole program. You know, if it's just one or two projects and other projects don't get committed for various reasons, then that gives a level of uncertainty to us as financiers. If there is a program that is, then it gives us that much confidence that government is going to see through the program. So we would like to ensure from that point of view also, program approach is much better than the project approach. There are many ways to finance a program. If we have a viable road, for example, financially viable, I mean, for example, like the ring roads, then we can always use PPP models, HAM models. Private sector can come into play because private sector has to come into play. There could be other roads like rural roads which don't have the financial viability, but which have a huge socio-economic impact in the society. That's where banks like us come in to provide sovereign-backed financing at much cheaper rates. But these are not going to be financially viable projects, but we are not a commercial bank, we are a development bank. We would like to ensure that these projects are done. These projects may not pay back in the next 5-6 years, it may take 20-25 years, but these projects are very important to ensure that the socio-economic benefits are achieved. That's one way to finance. Multi-phase approach, again all the banks would love that we finance one program which can be again executed in multi-phases. This is another way to finance it. InvITs, we all know about InvITs, which is essentially refinancing. We can approach InvITs. There are many ways to also monetize the assets along the way. For example, if we build metro projects, there is a lot of commercialization going on around the metro line or along the alignment of the metro line, which brings in a lot of revenues. So there are multiple ways, and I don't think in our country, in India, getting access to finance is a problem. The problem could be in getting access to good quality projects. If we can enhance the quality of projects by making it as a program, by giving consistent approach to environmental, social, procurement and climate resilience aspects, then I'm sure we can get good financing deals for the project. To conclude, as a financing agency, we would strongly encourage a programmatic approach, especially in connectivity. And we as a multilateral development bank in which India is the second largest shareholder, India is not just a borrower, you are also the owner. India is also the owner of the bank. We stand ready to help in any way the government of Telangana in its ambitious plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhaskar. Well, to sum up, it's my privilege at the outset on behalf of the government, I sincerely express my heartfelt thanks and deep appreciation to one and all for attending this event in large numbers and for your active participation. I thank every expert and moderator for their expert inputs and guidance. And I would also like to kind of briefly touch upon key takeaways from this session. Without boring you a lot, and maybe in the end, maybe I'll have some points to make. Incidentally, before I just do that, I mean, let us be very clear. You cannot achieve economic development without transport. It is absolutely clear. If you don't provide mobility, you are not going to achieve economic prosperity. That is proven fact globally. So I think what Telangana government is doing through their vision plan and through Honorable Minister and all the dignitaries, I think it is a fabulous exercise. So that is the starting thing I just wanted to convey. And I have been involved in several regional level studies, and I find transport, it acts like a catalyst to the entire development. And we cannot have inequity prevailing in pockets. So if you have to have an inclusive growth, which is the vision of Telangana 2047, I think we need to have transport acting like a catalyst to promote that growth. Some of the quickly, I'll run through few points which came out at Hyderabad level, the city level, is local area plan should be prepared by HMDA. Pedestrian safety should be accorded. I am slightly at the absence of footpaths in the city. It's a beautiful city. It's a beautiful city, but I think we need to kind of do a rigorous exercise on how we can create footpaths, maybe even the cost of vehicles. We need to have safe mobility for pedestrians. I think that's very important. The flyovers and elevated roads should be implemented. The metro needs expansion on a continuous basis in a big way, and I think the Government of India would be very more than forthcoming to support the Government of Telangana on that. MMTS, ROBs, RUBs require a lot of attention to be developed. I'm sure Dr. Raju in his presentation already has touched upon. The road sector policy also has brought out what are the future development programs. So all in all, it's a wholesome package. I'm very excited actually to learn about such huge projects. Probably the Government of officials here have carved out for have exclusive bus lane projects. I think one of the other things I would like to point to the dignitary present here, I find the public transport is, especially in Hyderabad, is quite low. The ridership is just about 28%. We should expect a ridership target of at least 40 to 50%. And it is quite visible. Yesterday when I was traveling 2 days, I didn't find too many buses on the road. Even the buses which were there were not probably fully loaded. So there is something I think we need to, it's my request to the officials here that if one were to decongest Hyderabad, you need to kind of get into encouraging. There are two measures of, we call it travel demand management. Either you push people towards public transport, and if they're not willing to be pushed, then you pull. And if they're not getting pulled, you push them towards disincentives. You start getting into charging, congestion charging. I think we will soon see, I see for Delhi, next 2 years we'll have congestion charging coming up. I think Hyderabad will have to resort to pilot studies on congestion charging. You have to start getting into carpooling as an exercise. Piloting will have to be done. And the third is flexi work schedule. Maybe some pilot can be done on flexi work schedule, how you can stagger your peak hours on the corridor. I think these three things, probably some piloting can be done. It would do a great service. It's such a beautiful city, but often I find you get locked up. When you come from the PV Narasimha Rao flyover to the city, you start getting into the, because of the inherent built-up which is around the area. So we need to kind of emphasize on that. At the state level, I think dedicated state road fund like CR could be explored. You've got a massive upgradation program. It's a beautiful way of kind of developing the whole state into pure and rare kind of terminology. Each area having its own distinct character, and how each area still would be connected by the transport proposals which you have put up. But what we need is safety. I think what we all often find in all these videos are high spanking roads, but often we find that most of these roads also are classical case, Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. Just last week, a couple were lying unrescued for 7 hours in a car crash, and they passed away. So I think this is just, I'm not being despondent on this occasion, but I think it's all nice to have good network, but I think safety has to be inbuilt, and I think how we can have ITS incorporated into the safety, the network, I think it's very important. I would call it safety and smart mobility, both. That should be the paradigm for network planning for Telangana. Road safety audits need to be taken up, I just mentioned. Regional ring road is a beautiful concept. You have ORR, which is a fabulous network which we all rode on to the venue. I think regional ring road, again, I am assuming it's going to be as fabulous as OR. But I think we need to kind of ensure, my simple philosophy is that if I'm coming from a region and approaching a core area, I need to have speed zoning very clear. I should know that I am coming into a congested area. The vehicles need to speed down. The vehicle need to slow down. And I think that is where the ITS through enforcement can come in. We need to start calming traffic as you keep coming towards the core area, because I think the pedestrian safety has to be paramount in the built-up area. I think that is the essence which it can create. Ring road should be implemented priority. ITS project, my colleague panelists have re-emphasized very interestingly. I'm sure some pilots would come. What you have shown here, connectivity, the Hyderabad core has been taken up. Inter-district connectivity should be accorded high preference. All national highways should be upgraded to 6-lane, partially access controlled highways. I'm sure they are finding their voice in the road sector policy document which was unveiled by the Honorable Minister here. So I'm also a logistics person. I've been teaching logistics for the last 30 years. I think while we do recognize passenger mobility is important, it's equally important to have freight logistics in place. And I think this is a concept of city logistics which you need to adopt for urban area, for Hyderabad. You have fantastic e-commerce demand. We don't plan for e-commerce sector. We don't plan for quick commerce. Same problem is happening in Delhi. So we need to kind of become proactive, start looking into where we need to plan the dark warehouses, where fulfillment centers will come, where micro delivery hubs will come, what kind of management strategies for urban freight will have to come in the cities. I think that probably is an aspect which probably could have been more highlighted. As far as urban mobility, already Dr. Raju has presented, we need to kind of scale it up. Metro expansion plans are on. Public transport, bus-based will have to be there. And I think long-term BRTs and other proposals in any way are finding their footprint into it. So all in all, I think I am extremely happy and excited to come here. I would once again would like to, because of paucity of time and lunch, I'm just trying to rush up to kind of conclude with the parting comments. I thank you again. It's a beautiful vision document. All the efforts are excellent. And I think now probably is the time to implement those projects. So I'm sure detailing will happen with due diligence. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Shri Komatreddy Garu, Minister Garu, to present the felicitation mementos to our speakers. The artwork is a special mask from Cheriala, and the Pochampalli shawls are being presented as the mementos with the GI mark on it, the geographical indicator. Memento of appreciation from our Minister Shri Komatiredi Reddy Garu to all our speakers for having conducted this wonderful session. As a part of this Telangana Rising Global Summit, these mementos have been specially curated for this occasion by the art forms of Telangana. The Cheriyala face mask, the artwork, along with the very famous Pochampalli shawls. Felicitations to our speakers by Honorable Minister of R&B, Cinematography, Government of Telangana, Shri Komatiredi Reddy Garu is being presented by the memento and the shalwa. May I now request Mr. J. Mohan Naik, ENC R&B Department, Government of Telangana, to render the vote of thanks.
Honorable Minister Garu, Komatiredi Reddy Garu, Special Chief Secretary Vikas Raj Garu, Sarfaraz Garu, Metropolitan Commissioner, distinguished speakers, delegates, representative and industry from industries, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to close this enriching and thought-provoking event, it is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this highly successful global summit event on connected Telangana integrated transport and urban-rural connectivity. At the outset, on behalf of the Telangana government and R&B department, I extend our deepest and most respectful gratitude to the Honorable Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy Garu for his exemplary vision in leading the state towards sustained prosperity and long-term well-being of Telangana and its people for decades to come. We are deeply honored by the gracious presence of our Honorable Minister for his valuable presence and clear guidance, direction and inspiration. As you all know, we have several legacy issues and hence we are hard-pressed to deal with issues of major concern. For the first time, with the guidance of Sri Vikas Raj, Special Chief Secretary, under the leadership of Honorable Minister Komatiredi Reddy, the R&B Department has formulated a policy aligned with Honorable Chief Minister's Sri Revanth Reddy's vision for planned and systematic road development, advancing the Telangana Rising Vision 2047. We are conscious that this is only the beginning. We place on record our deepest gratitude to Sri Vikas Raj, Special Chief Secretary, whose personal presence, close monitoring and hands-on guidance at every stage of the event were instrumental in ensuring its flawless execution and grand success. I express my Sincere thanks to Sri Sarfaraj, Metropolitan Commissioner HMDA, for his constant guidance and supervision in making this program success. We are deeply grateful to all our eminent speakers, panelists and session chair for sharing their insightful prospective technical expertise and practical experience. Your contribution have truly elevated the quality of discussion and enriched the learning experience for every participant. I thank all the officers, engineers and staff of R&B department for preparing the road sector policy, for work tirelessly for the last 15 days, day and night, with unwavering commitment and team spirit to ensure the flawless execution and grand success. Our sincere thanks to all the delegates and participants who joined us from various parts of the country and beyond. Your enthusiastic participation, engaging questions and active interaction made this summit truly dynamic and meaningful. I thank consultant Lee Associates, South Asia Private Limited for their timely support in preparing this document and arranging technical supports in making relevant material for the summit. We also thanks the media partner, logistics team and all service provided for their valuable support in amplifying the reach and ensuring seamless arrangements. As we conclude, we are confident that the knowledge shared, network built and ideas exchanged over this session will translate into meaningful action and future collaboration. Once again, thank you all for being a part of this Telangana Rising Global Summit. We wish you safe travel, continued learning and great success in all your endeavors. Thank you one and all. Jai Hind, Jai Telangana. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohan Garu. May I request the members, the delegates of the next session, the official members from Speed to please come towards the dais.
एक मिनट रुको ये हाफ एन आवर ब्रेक हाँ 5 मिनट ठीक है सर एक बार इनको बता दो क्या
యూపీఏ చైర్పర్సన్ శ్రీమతి సోనియా గాంధీ గారి నేతృత్వంలో ఆనాటి భారత ప్రధానమంత్రి డాక్టర్ మన్మోహన్ సింగ్ గారు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ఏర్పాటు ప్రక్రియను ప్రారంభించిందని ఆనాటి హోంశాఖ మహాత్యులు చిదంబరం గారు ప్రకటించిన ఒక మంచి రోజు చిదంబరం గారు డిసెంబర్ 9, 2009 నాడు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ఏర్పాటు ప్రక్రియను ప్రారంభిస్తున్నామని ప్రకటించడంతో 6 దశాబ్దాల తెలంగాణ ప్రజల యొక్క 4 కోట్ల ప్రజల యొక్క ఆకాంక్షను ప్రతిబింబిస్తూ యూపీఏ ప్రభుత్వం తీసుకున్న నిర్ణయం ఈ ప్రాంత ప్రజలకు సంతోషాన్ని ఆత్మగౌరవాన్ని
only 17%. Whereas for the other economies where we are competing, it is as high as mid-40s and even 50%. So it gives you a huge breakthrough that what is lacking. I mean, we have all the big corporates which are coming up, but then they also need a support ecosystem which can thrive for them, which can manufacture for them and then thrive. So Telangana, even to support that, has all the check boxes that it is geographically well located. It has got all the incentive policies. Now what is required for these guys is, to be support to set it up, to handhold for the initial few times to grow, so get initial stuff done, expand and then grow globally, compete globally. I mean, you can have suppliers based out from Telangana which is supplying to global corporations, and they could be Telangana based. And that's a very proud thing to have, and which is very much possible. And that's the new dimension I see from the perspective that yes, on the logistics industrial side, Telangana has an advantage. It has stepped forward than others in the country, and that's the way forward for them.
All right. Since we're talking about entrepreneurship here, let me put the entrepreneur on the spot here, Chaitanya. Just give us a very unfiltered, real person example of, when we talk about entrepreneurs, when we talk about young startups. Bangalore is the word everybody first thinks of, yet there is a thriving industry right here in Hyderabad. Just give us your perspective, apart from the fact, of course, that you call this state your home. Why you think Hyderabad has an advantage over some of the other states?
I'm a personally big fan of Hyderabad, so
yeah, apart from the fact that it's
very
your home
difficult
state.
to give unbiased, but okay, let me try. So we started 10 years back in Hyderabad. While it happened by chance, but when I reflect with the benefit of hindsight, I think that is one of the best things that happened to Darwinbox. Because if you take a startup, especially product-based technology startups like Darwinbox, our IP is people we hire. So they produce the product, and that is what we sell across the globe. So end of the day, the availability of human capital, that is what pretty much defines the success of a startup or a company. So if you think about Bangalore or Silicon Valley, it is not about the valley per se, right? It is about availability of the talent per se, right? I mean, that's what makes them great. So at least in Hyderabad, off late, it is becoming very easy for us to attract talent, because one, the infrastructure is amazing. So probably it is pretty much country's best infrastructure. So I can't think of any city where you can get off a flight and go to office in half an hour, complete the discussions. I mean, Bangalore, I don't think that is possible. So do all the meetings and again go back and take a flight very comfortably in the evening. So it may sound very trivial, but that's very, very, very important. So.
But Chaitanya, would it have been as easy to attract talent had you not been in Hyderabad? Had you been in a tier 2 city in Telangana? Would it have been the same?
So in a technological world, probably it is not the same, to be honest. So it is more a Hyderabad advantage, but I think we will get there. So one, the stable infrastructure, a quality of living is probably the best in the country, and naturally that's when people want to move and live here, right? So that is what the opportunity here is not just, companies to set up in Hyderabad, but also for leaders and decision makers to attract them to come and start living here and, build the ecosystem here. I think that is the biggest opportunity. Just to give you an example, in last 2 years, we hired at least 10 VP level people. So all of them moved from one of the other cities to Hyderabad. So, and for all good reasons. And in fact, it is actually becoming a sort of a bait or a value proposition when we are hiring now. Earlier, it used to be a disadvantage. So now, in fact, it is becoming an advantage. When people want to move and settle down here, see, these things, won't happen overnight. The credit goes to the government for creating such a great, ecosystem and consistent investment in the infrastructure and human capital.
Well, Mr. Trivedi quickly wants to ask something before I toss this to Mr. Nikhil.
I just want to add to what Chaitanya just said. We must, when we talk of the creation of entrepreneurial ecosystem in Telangana, we cannot but mention the T Hub, the T Works and the V Hub that have been created by the government. These are the driving forces behind the innovation, the technologies that are coming in. The T Works actually prototypes the products, and V Hub is the most unique facility where women entrepreneurs are being encouraged.
No, absolutely. Women entrepreneurs, there's policies to encourage SC, ST entrepreneurs, there's inclusion at the state level. But Mr. Nikhil Chakravarti, let me just toss what Chaitanya said to you. I mean, it's easy to attract people to Hyderabad. In fact, they want to relocate to work in Hyderabad. But perhaps it's not so easy when you look beyond that. Just throw some light on the kind of initiatives the government is working on to ensure that this ecosystem expands beyond just the city that we're in, into the wider region, into tier 2, perhaps tier 3 cities in future.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. As part of our ongoing efforts to spread the IT to the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, we have already constructed few IT towers in almost 9 other districts as well. And in fact, I'm proud to say districts like Nizamabad has full occupancy of the IT towers. We do give some to the local startups, and of course, till the new startups are there, we are utilizing it for other services as well. Apart from that, as Trivedi sir has already told, we have been giving differential incentives. If the industry wants to locate the industry out of the RRR region, we are giving extra incentives to them, whether it is capital subsidies, whether it is SGST incentives. We are more welcome in that way because the world has grown that way. We don't need to have to reinvent the wheel with respect to that. The pharmaceutical sector growing in Solan, in Himachal, or in Uttarakhand is all because of the tax incentives, and the growth of industries in the SEZs is also because of the incentives. So we also have to, as our Honorable Minister has said, we are following the Guangdong model. If we want to go for the larger scale, equal development across the state, we need to push and also give some advantages to the industry there. Of course, they have certain struggles with respect to manpower availability and of course availability of talent and certain infrastructure, but we are more than willing to set up such world-class infrastructure, industrial parks there. Of course, IT towers are part of that effort. We had a dream of creating quality infrastructure in the district headquarters. With that aim, IT towers have been built, and now the current government is also developing few more IT towers in other districts as well. So as I told you, incentives, of course, greater infrastructure, reliable power, water, all that, and of course talent. We have been continuously investing on education and healthcare and developing the best talent pool. So not just in Hyderabad, we have talent pool in other districts and the Tier 2 cities as well. So with that all, we would like to develop the state as well. Yeah, that is ours.
Yeah, sure. Abhishek, come in on that. And
So, sir, I mean, while you're talking about industrial parks going to territorial regions, something that comes to my mind, for an employment generation, right? I mean, industrial parks is something that governments will always take an initiative. If a new dimension like plug-and-play parks, which is not kind of common phenomenon in India, but maybe through a public-private partnership could be developed, because the plug-and-play parks globally gives you a saving of 25% on OPEX, 75% on your CAPEX, and that's a huge attraction on top of the incentives and other benefits that you're willing to offer to the occupiers. Then probably, I think once this is done, you don't need to push, people will automatically get attracted over there. And as it is, the vision is very clear to have the entire ecosystem with respect to healthcare, hospitality, schools, etc. Employment opportunities as soon as it reaches. I think the areas will flourish and we'll see the next level of growth, which is kind of a vision over here and helps the long-term vision of retail and development.
Thanks, Mr. Bhutani. It's my pleasure to tell some of the initiatives we took with respect to the plug-and-play parks. We have already on the way to our construction of our flatted factory complexes. These are the other word or the government word of plug-and-play infrastructure. We have already developed in 6 districts such 5-acre flatted factory complexes, wherein all the MSMEs, as the other panelists also have spoken, the competitiveness. To increase the competitiveness of the industry, we need to reduce their capital inflow, capital investments prior. So for that, we need to have lesser leased space at a cheaper price. So for that, the flatted factory complexes with average space of around 1500 square feet, more suitable for the MSME segments, and all is already being constructed, and 2 of the districts are ready for inauguration as well. And we are planning to set up more such flatted factory complexes in other districts as well. In fact, in our MSME policy that we launched last year, we have set our ambitious target of having such flatted factory complexes across all 33 districts. So we are working towards it, and I'm happy that I could answer that right away.
Well, we're glad to hear you have these policies in place. Of course, we'll hope to see more on the execution front and the results of some of these efforts that the government is trying to make. But Mr. Murali, back to the regulatory environment, and let me get you to answer more critically as well, so that some constructive feedback comes out of here. When it comes to large-scale investments, whether that be in energy, in manufacturing, other industries, what to your mind are still some of the hindrances you believe Telangana sees compared to some of the other states, and the ease of doing business there?
So coming from the core energy background, I will start with energy first. Telangana has not seen a lot of renewable energy investments getting into the state over the last decade. And I think one welcoming step that we had from the state of Telangana was the introduction of the clean energy policy, which actually addressed most of the issues. And I think on energy front, I think development of these large-scale renewable energy or any energy projects requires facilitation of land. And since energy is a concurrent subject, which means that we will have to be dealt between the central and the state governments. Alignment of the state's policies to the central government policies, be it the Ministry of Power or the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, is very critical. And both these ministries have become very, very dynamic now. They are no more static ministries. So I think the policy of the respective state should also be revised or aligned to these kind of a policies. And the second drawback I see with the state of Telangana is India has become a one nation, one grid, which means that now we are in fact one nation, one grid, one frequency. Okay, so we are connected throughout end to end, but not many central grid substations have been proposed in the state of Telangana. I think for the renewable energy offtake, like Mr. Trivedi had been talking about, availability of power. So now the interstate transmission system facilitates or allows us to buy power from any part of the country. So I think the state's persuasion with the center has to be a little more aggressive in terms of getting this
national evacuation infrastructure backbone, which is the CTOL backbone. So I think that is one thing. And with so much of industrialization, with so much of commercial activity in and around Telangana, I think Hyderabad itself becomes a big power consuming center. But I think though the integrated clean energy policy has been put in place, the C&I policy, which has been the most awaited policy for the industry, would actually bring in more and more of especially the renewable energy players into the state. I think from an energy perspective, this is what it is. And I think from a setting up of a large industry perspective, the problem for energy is because we being concurrent, aligning to too many policies, and we still, while it has been a decentralized subject, still there is a element of regulation while we are setting up projects. But I think for industry, since their land requirements are less, I think Telangana has been by and large the best state in terms of the policies that are already in place. And I think the TS IPAS, which had been improved over a period of time. For example, I'll set a very small example of getting a Panchayat NOC. Now, Panchayat NOC is a very localized issue, okay? The guys on the local area do not understand the prominence and the importance of that industry, okay? So, this was a pain point we took to the government, and they have very welcomely removed actually this NOC. So, it's actually deemed NOC, and a lot of land and land conversion activities, which was a very critical aspect from the lender's perspective. So, they have also addressed most of these lenders' perspective. And I think while I have told some negatives about energy, but when the clean energy policy was put in place, one welcoming step that I had seen was they had a round table of all the industry leaders to understand what has to be a better policy. Okay, I understand, having experience of so many decades, all policies will not address each and every issue, but I think as we start implementing policies, what we could find was there was a lot of, ability to actually address those issues and resolve those issues in the subsequent amendments. I think that's all about.
It's a lot of excellent points and lot to think about. Mr. Trivedi quickly wanted to add a point.
Yes. Continuing on energy, since Mr. Bhavesh Mishra and Nikhil Chakravarti from the government are also here. See, Telangana has always had a very proactive and a very nimble policy in every aspect. Now, in terms of energy, I just wish to, this is just a suggestion from my side, that a day will come when any amount of energy that we produce will not be enough to sustain the kind of development that we are seeking. Now, $3 trillion economy requires tremendous amount of power. So my request and suggestion is that the government should start looking at the small modular reactors and micro modular reactors for standalone captive power generation for large scale enterprises. Thank you.
All right. Abhishek, would you want to add more on the reforms that can make industrial project planning, the kind of issues we were talking about here, more predictable, faster?
So when you talk about industrial, you're mapping your supply chain becomes the backbone, and for that, and probably industrial happens outside your city, which is your territorial regions and within the state. The prime factor is connectivity. Today, by default, when we say that two cities, cities have to be connected, we only talk about road infrastructure. But then globally, yes, there are alternate routes, alternate ways, which are much more cheaper. So that kind of reform should always be thought about. And because, having an alternate connecting path, which is for the freight, for the goods to be, carried forward, that's number one. Number two is what I personally believe. We all go with the standard definition of an MSME, which is defined as per the financial turnover or the scale of the investments that you talk about. Now, say for example, you talk about a 10 crore investment. So 10 crore investment in a steel sector is kind of nothing. In the garment sector, it's still substantial. In a pharma sector, it goes to startup. So I think that definition somewhere, if we are going focus, sector-wise, that definition somewhere needs to be looked at, or maybe a new terminology needs to be arrived at, because somebody who's small in that scale, say for example steel industry, you don't set up a project less than 100 crores. For some of the sectors, it's already a large scale investment. So you can't have the same lens that you look at that particular person with a 100 crore investment in the steel sector versus doing 100 crores. Say for example Mr. Trivedi, his business, 100 crore investment goes like this in the data center world. It's like that. So probably for him, 100 crore is a very small scale person in the data center world versus 100 crore in the garment sector is kind of big scale. So somewhere that definition needs to be, kind of relooked at and given hand holding to the person in that particular category, who are small scale starting up, because they have to be big tomorrow. A standard definition kind of, just bases the investment and the financial skill doesn't matter. So these 2 points, that strikes me as the reforms.
Professor Tantri, let me slightly diversify from the large-scale industries we've been speaking about, because MSME is also a critical backbone for the growth of any country, any state, especially so for Telangana that's looking to diversify from services alone. How can some of the policies ensure that there is a more balanced growth, and when you're looking to dole out incentives as well, how do you balance them between the large industries on one hand, the young startups, MSMEs on the other, to ensure that it's not a lopsided growth that gets us to the 3 trillion mark?
So exactly the point I was thinking, you asked me the question I was thinking about. So most of these ease of doing business, and my request to policymakers also, is usually discussion happens with the incumbent businesses. The true ease of doing business is when you facilitate creative destruction. A PhD student sitting in Hyderabad Central University having an idea, can he beat these people sitting here? That's the question. That is where the true ease of business. I'm not saying, that everybody should be beaten or anything. Creative destruction is where you have growth. The policy, what happens a lot of times is that we focus so much on giving some land, some subsidy, something to incumbent. What we don't realize, every time we help an incumbent, you're making the life of that newcomer so much more difficult, and you're costing the problem is the counterfactual. What would happen if a newcomer had come and challenged these guys and done something is never visible when you keep subsidizing. So when we do that, we have to subsidize for critical areas. We should keep in mind that the spirit of creative destruction is super, super important. For instance, and I'm so happy I worked with, my view of bureaucracy and politicians also has changed, because people are open-minded. Because one of the suggestions we made was, why is a random PhD student, not a random, good PhD student in Stanford and build a billion-dollar company, and why it doesn't happen in India? One of the things that you have, ease of doing business. For example, MIT has something called as an engine. Now, one way of startup is you have this fancy, it's all important, it's required. What they do is, they have this, there are these equipments which require huge investments. And you have a very good idea as a small guy, you want to test this. You can't afford to buy this equipment, and it will cost you billions of dollars. Engine, what it does, it allows you to rent these things, very expensive equipment at a very cheap rate, so that you can test your ideas, develop products, and start competing. I think beyond subsidies and this, my urge to policymakers to think about those who are not at the table right now. They are equally important. In fact, growth is going to come from there. World over growth has come from there. So I think along with those who are right now making life easy to those who are operating right now, equally important space should be given those who don't have a voice, who are not there yet.
Chaitanya, I wonder, as the spokesperson for the younger companies, you'd like to add on what more you'd like to see as perhaps some of the people that may not have a seat at the table, as Professor Tantri said it.
So the question is what more, okay. So obviously one, continue doing what government is already doing. Like I said, investment infrastructure is very, very critical. So these are, these pockets, right? I mean, probably high-tech city, or, maybe there is a pocket of data centers or medical devices. So what is important is, the investment on the infrastructure, it should continue. So that is when people like to come and work. So the first important thing is, availability of a quality human capital, and that happens only organically. And these are very, very highly correlated, great infrastructure and availability of the human capital. So for example, water clogging on a heavy rainy day, stopping companies working, it is not acceptable. I'm not referring to any particular city or area. So a trivial thing, but these things should be sorted out. And second, primarily, I can talk on behalf of technology companies. So the most important commodity is going to be the availability of the compute. So be it AI compute or a data center, normal application compute, etc. That is one of the most important raw material that we take, apart from human capital. So now, I see a lot of data center investment is coming up in Telangana. So if some of it is made available to technology companies, so probably at a subsidized price, or maybe to help us do a good amount of R&D, because AI compute is quite expensive, so that would be quite useful.
Yeah, but specifically in the area of R&D, in artificial intelligence and the promotion of these technologies and easier adoption, is there one thing, if you were to put on the table that could significantly move the needle in terms of ease of doing business, what would you say that is?
So that is, availability of the compute. So today, you fight for AI resources. So the irony is there is not enough compute available to meet up the demand. So if there is a good amount of compute that is available for the startups or for the companies to accelerating R&D, so that would be quite useful.
All right, we're running out of time, so I quickly want to do like a rapid fire sort of a round with everyone. Mr. Murli, I'll start with you on infrastructure bottleneck. If fixed, let's say tomorrow, hypothetically, will accelerate the industrial growth, including the energy sector's growth in the state of Telangana.
Can I
One infrastructure bottleneck, if it were to be magically fixed tomorrow, you think is going to accelerate the growth of the industry in the region?
I think Chaitanya spoke about the congestion, and I think Chaitanya spoke about, from ease of doing business, we also have to ease the traffic. I think that's very critical. That's very critical, and I think when compared to rest of the cities, I don't want to name the cities, but Hyderabad is still better off.
Okay, Nikhil, we hear plenty about what the government needs to do, what the incentives are, what are the policies that are needed. What would you like to see from the industry? Yeah, they're asking a lot of you. What do you want to see from them?
To be blunt, I don't want the industry to start incentive hopping across the states. If they feel that this state
don't go to the neighbors.
Yes, of course. Now in view of the competitiveness between the states, there has been a lot of incentive shopping. That's also a new word that we learned recently. So I don't mean to demean everyone. Of course, all the industries are very professional in their approach, what they want, what they need. Because of the competitive atmosphere, if the state is not competitive enough, if we don't provide enough power at a reasonable cost, enough infrastructure, proper logistics, and proper water, obviously the costs increase. Obviously, there's no. I cannot criticize them for asking more incentives, because of all the time, all they're finally is asking is to make my industry more competitive.
Yeah.
I need this. So, but I always insist industries, if you feel that this is the right place, as Mr. Bhutani has already said, we are closer to both coasts. You can leverage both coasts here. We are hardly 50-60 kilometers away from my east coast, hardly a district. So you utilize these opportunities, utilize this favorable atmosphere, entire policy stability and infrastructure, talent mobility, and also best quality of living. So don't see the other side, be little reasonable. We are happy to facilitate it in all other aspects.
Well, that's an excellent point. Yes. Don't go incentive shopping when we're trying to do our best. But Abhishek, a lot has been said about how Hyderabad remains so attractive. If you were to pick one city outside of Hyderabad that has the most untapped potential for industrial or official development, what would you say that city is?
Tough to say right now, because aspirationally there could be many, but then it depends that, where's the infrastructure going through. And the development over there, the basic infrastructure, and probably some of the ideas of like, plug and play parks and all, the industry will follow that. And it could be any destination depending upon
You're not going to name it.
No, tough to say, because, if I can name, probably the infrastructure is not going. So depending upon the aspirations on their side, where we'd want to take it. But I can say that, yes, today the manufacturing sector is open to going to exploring new areas, and that has been a phenomena everywhere. And they are looking more positively. And Nikhil, to assure you that the kind of clients that we are interacting, the next decade is not going to be about incentive negotiation. It is going to be about reliability. It is going to be about test of an ecosystem which can provide a long-term sustainable stuff. So that's coming your way. I think you are addressing my concerns. I'm addressing kind of you. But then yes, answering you, I don't pick up any spot, but then I think wherever the infrastructure goes, the development will follow. Because the sector is not averse to any particular location. It's not like that.
Oh, I was asking where infrastructure already is. Perhaps investors are overlooking, but Mr. Trivedi, top priority in the data and tech infrastructure space to attract more global investors here.
I think availability of subsidized land and power. That's all that is required for data center industry. But adding to what Professor Tantri was saying, see, we in the large enterprise space, we attract all the lights, all the glamour, all the big ticket incentives that the government gives. But for us to be a $3 trillion economy, we can't have, say, 10 lakh people or maybe 1 crore of people in Hyderabad marching ahead and 5 crore people in the rest of the state lagging behind. That kind of inequality is not that what we should be aiming for. You know, opening a restaurant is entrepreneurship. Opening a beauty parlor is entrepreneurship. Opening a dairy is entrepreneurship. I mean, they also should be equally supported by all kinds of incentives. That is what I would like to say. Though I get a lot of incentives from the government. Thank you.
All right. Professor Tantri, one key talent or skill challenge that perhaps the state is overlooking.
I think high-end innovation. We are still, for the country, forget about the state. We are still thinking in terms of subsidizing production because as sir just now mentioned, beauty parlors and all that, we have to understand your non-tradable sector starts earning a lot only when you become very competitive in the tradable sector. If you remain at the low end of the tradable sector, your beautician, your dentist and your, we claim PPP as a success. PPP, high exchange rate is a mark of failure. The reason why you have a low PPP exchange rate because you're in a competitive sector, you're not competitive. As your competitive sector becomes, where you go up the chain, rest of them will earn more. So we have to go up the ladder in everything. The point about 7%, 40%. So that requires high-end innovation. My suggestion and the policy suggestion is to prevent this hopping. Make sure that you have the best people here. Then the capital has to flow. You have to go to Silicon Valley. You don't have a choice. There is no need to give subsidy. Make this a place, attract the best people on earth, get the best scientists, best innovators here. Capital will come. It doesn't have any choice because once you create this agglomeration effect, there is no other choice for capital than to flow. I think we have focused too much on capital and less on talent. I think we have to reverse it.
Right, excellent point there. Chaitanya, you have the last word. Among startups, is there a tech segment you believe with Telangana's current capabilities, the state could globally lead in, say 5-10 years down the line?
Okay, that's an interesting question. So, Hyderabad always produced world-class IT services companies. They're very, very large IT services companies, and now GCCs are also coming up a lot. But where the real opportunity is creating large-scale product companies, technology product companies, be it AI product companies or SaaS product companies, software as a service product companies. So in terms of sheer value addition, their value addition would be very, very disproportionate. So the market cap or the revenue you produce, because end of the day you are betting on R&D and IP production, not just what I would say people as the commodity or a body shopping sort of work. So I think there is a huge opportunity because of the sort of quality talent that is available and that is willing to migrate to the city to produce a great IP and build very large product companies here.
Well, hopefully we see large product companies coming out of Telangana. On that note, gentlemen, thank you all for candidly sharing your thoughts, and I hope there was lots to take away for the audience, for the state government to continue improving the ease of doing business in the state, and thank you all for being a wonderful audience. Thanks so much.
Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, indeed, Telangana's rise as a business-friendly state has been driven by reforms, responsiveness, and a deep commitment to enabling enterprise. And we've heard all our leaders here on stage. Yes, the conversation has been very interesting from the leaders from global capability centers, financial institutions, technology firms, investment bodies. Their perspective have indeed defined what ease of doing business 2.0 must look like. I now request, yes, Mr. Nikhil Chakravarti to kindly please IA&S to please do the honors in presenting mementos to all our panelists here. Ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner, Industries and Commerce Department, Government of Telangana, Mr. Nikhil Chakravarti, doing the honors in felicitating our panelists here. I also request Vishwanan to please join in. Yes, I request. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator, Ms. Ritu Singh, Deputy Editor, CNBC TV 18. Thank you so much, ma'am, for moderating this session so beautifully. I now request everybody to kindly please step forward for a group photo opportunity. I also request Vishwanan, Dinesh, and please join in the group picture. I request sir to kindly please Mr. Nikhil Chakravarti, NS Department. Ladies and gentlemen, we move forward to our next panel discussion, which is inclusive prosperity and expanding opportunity for
with us, how you can co-create with us in this point of juncture. You know, we have adopted, this Bharat Future City has adopted multiple strategies. Sustainable mobility. I was just having a session how we are going to create a green-blue infrastructure and site-specific design solution tailored to local context. You know, the existing local systems have been integrated into this urban fabric through comprehensive greening strategy. The Spawn City framework strengthens what any urban city faces. We would like to see, we shouldn't face, stormwater issues. So this city, we would like to literally see that there will be very resilient stormwater absorption, groundwater recharge, flood management, and also the heat mitigation through permeable services. Rain gardens will be there, the green roofs will be there, ecological corridors and buffer zones along the stream water bodies ensures the continuity of the natural habitats and prevent fragmentation of the biodiversity. Here, we have categorized zones. Each zone with future city, we have conceptualized with a distinct identity while functioning as a part of the larger cohesive ecosystem. At the core of the center, the CBD, 6 key districts. One is artificial intelligence city, which comprises of 200 acres. We are coming up with health city which goes in consonance with a new policy brought by our government, the health tourism, which shall be useful for the growth of the real estate too. The entertainment districts, the sports hub, where we are going to create the state-of-art facilities for each and every sport. We are going to have the education zone. Yesterday, London, many universities have come to join us to sign a MOU to put up their universities in this future city. And we are going to have the eco-tourism hub. This altogether forms the commercial, technological, institutional, and the cultural heart of the city. I need not to say about AI city. This AI city, what we are planning to do is to host digital innovation and next generation cutting edge technologies and their enterprises over here. It shall be the place for incubation. It shall be place for innovation. It shall be place for the product companies, and it will host a artificial intelligence school, that is university. That's how we are planning to build this AI city. And to the east of the AI city, there comes the health city, a comprehensive medical and wellness district, which shall integrate the super specialty hospitals, research institutions, medical education, and rehabilitation facilities. And the entertainment district shall have the multiple zones, and it shall be a leisure hub with vibrant lifestyle, accommodating retail streets, hospitality, convention facility, and the family-oriented recreation. Its center's location enhances footfalls and supports the city cultural and social life. And the sports hub, the sports district is designed as a major destination for athletes and recreation, anchored by the large cricket stadium and 18-hole golf course. The district also would accommodate multi-sport training facilities, fitness center, and the community level sporting infrastructure, promoting an active urban lifestyle. As I mentioned about the education zone, we shall bring universities, niche training institutes, and skill development centers. And in fact, in a month's time from now, we are going to inaugurate our Young India Skills University, which is just adjacent to this site. and which shall be the pipeline. Many of our partners from Telangana knows, that university has been created to create a pool of talent, and a talent pipeline will be created for all the zones, for all the districts, what I was been mentioning. And in fact, ecotourism districts, which hosts this hub, this city or joining will be the urban forestry, which we are trying to build an unparalleled ecotourism adventure right at the city's doorstep with a nature-based leisure, eco-stays, outdoor learning and adventure activities. And I'm happy to share with you, Vantara, most of the people knows, the Vantara has signed MOU to put up there one more unit into a commercial one. And for all these districts, we need a residential zone. Located in the north and also southern parts of the site, we will provide diverse housing options ranging from plotted developments to the gated communities and high-rise residences. It's planned, the neighborhoods will be planned according to the sustainable and the quiet living environment, which shall try to, encompass and engulf not only the high-ended urban population, we shall try to accommodate the middle class and upper middle class, and also for the working classes, which shall be required to propel this growth center of this city. And absolutely, for all these things, we need mobility access. For this mobility, we are trying to connect the city's transit network, and also we'll try to connect the employment centers, and we would be trying to connect them by encouraging walk to work concept. And surrounding the CBD will be the industrial belt, which supports high technology and the core manufacturing sector. And this is totally will be built on the green pharma platform, which will cater to most of the things or essential required for this. This industrial ecosystem encompasses life sciences zone and electric vehicle zone, energy storage systems, electronics and advanced precision manufacturing, and a dedicated 400-acre data center districts. The mix of high-value industries positions this city as one of India's most competitive destinations for investment and also for the job creation. And in fact, we have electronics and advanced manufacturing zones here, EV and ESS zones, and in fact, data center park, which shall be in vogue by end of February. Overall, I would like to mention to the partners over here and the future partners for our city and to our state, I would like to mention this city has been conceptualized as an integrated, resilient and future-ready urban system capable of accommodating a projected population of approximately 9 lakh residents and generate employment for nearly 13 lakh people. With its strategic location, robust planning framework, and sector-driven economic model, the city shall be positioned to catalyze long-term economic growth and emerge as a leading investment destination in India. So we welcome all the partners, all the elders on the dais to share their views, and this state and this administration and our Chief Minister, who holds the municipal administration, the portfolio too, and who shall be the chairman of this Bharat Future City Development Corporation. Would be more positive to hear from you, and whatever the points I mentioned before you, we have conceptualized and we would be putting them into action in our vision document of 2047. I thank all the people who have come from different destinations of the world, of our nation, and we welcome all the proud partners of our Telangana state. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm audible? So thank you so much, sir, for giving a very clear picture of, the Bharat Future City, not only from the perspective of, urban development, but also, how it's so critical, and the concept of people-oriented neighborhoods, people-oriented cities have been so strongly incorporated in the design, planning, and the policy formulation. So as we move forward, let's also hear from our other experts, may I request Mr. Sudeep, and just a 2-minute kind of briefing from your perspective of what BFC is all about. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for such an inspiring introduction. And I would like to, of course, congratulate the government of Telangana for this very far-sighted initiative. We are all aware that any new cities can contribute significantly to the economy of the region, whether it is in terms of government expenditure, private consumption, exports, and of course they are a large employment magnet. And in this particular case, we are certain that it will also be an innovation, a laboratory for innovation. And that's the kind of vision that we are looking at. Any initiative of this kind requires some strategic choices. And it's quite obvious that we have already made a few strategic choices, and I would just like to dwell upon some of them. If we see globally, many cities have adopted a model for a single sector or focused on a specific sector. However, in our case, we have opted for a multi-sector approach and looking at a wide range of economic activities, whether it's AI or life sciences, electronics, sports, film, etc. And I personally am a strong advocate of this multi-sectoral approach, specifically from an economic perspective. And the reason is that different sectors have their own cycles, and it is important to get a basket of such sectors together in order to nullify any negative cyclical aspects as far as the economy is concerned. Therefore, it's very important for us to look at this entire development as a portfolio approach. And I would like to kind of dwell upon this going ahead in the future also. Now, while we have chosen a certain set of sectors to be the key drivers for our economy, it's also important to understand that many of them have synergies. And while, for example, AI and life sciences, globally they are now converging. Similarly, medical diagnostics require data analytics. So there is a lot of convergence in economic activities that is happening. And while it's important for us to co-locate some of these sectors together, it's also important to weave in our design some of the softer aspects as to how these sectors can interface with each other and actually contribute to the growth of the economy. So this is the first point I would like to make. Similarly, it's very important to, and this is very much a part of the design of this program, to have a skill university. Again, there will be a lot of commonalities within different sectors as far as skill growth. So it's important for us to recognize what those commonalities are and where the differences are, and get in the right inputs so that we can phase out our interventions properly. Similarly, again, in terms of common infrastructure, I think one of the important aspects which the private sector would be looking at is how to be more cost competitive. And cost competitiveness can come again through synergies, through common infrastructure. And this is something that I would also urge the investors to frankly give their views to the government to determine what is the kind of common infrastructure that is required, what is the pricing mechanism, so that appropriate models can be developed going ahead in the future. The next very important thing in my view is, of course, the institutional design. While we have the FCDA, I think because it's a 20-year-long journey, it's important for us to kind of bring in a lot of flexibility in staffing, recruiting, getting the best people to lead such an important initiative. And I think that's going to be a very important way forward. And also how various stakeholders can be a part of the governance model is something that would be very critical as well. And the last thing I would like to mention is that this is a massive program. And a program of this nature has many moving parts, and they will continue to evolve. There will be a lot of challenges that we will face from time to time. So there needs to be a very, very strong monitoring mechanism so that we are absolutely clear on what are the core indicators that we want to focus on, and how do we kind of come back if we go off track. So I will thank you again for giving me the opportunity to make this thing. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Sudeep. I think some of the key pointers or takeaways is synergies between different industries, and at the same time, don't put your eggs in the same basket, diversify. With that, may I ask, Sandeep to give a perspective from real estate.
Thank you, Vishal, Honorable Minister, and my friends on the dais and off the dais. A wonderful audience. To start with, I've been to many state government initiative summits, but I can say, Honorable Minister, one of the best I have seen in last 5-7 years, very well organized. As Vishal has given me just 2 minutes, so I'll try to wrap it up. I don't think in recent past, at least in 10-15 years, any state government has imagined of to do a project of this scale, 13,500 square kilometers. It is something mind-blowing, is something very, very ambitious, and it needs a lot of guts, a lot of vision to even think of that. So at first level, I think success comes when you start visualizing it, and at the first step we have achieved that, visualizing that 13,500 square kilometers of a city by itself. Secondly, I'll say, we at JLL, we are there to help the government and to bring a lot of our clients, do a road show for this Bharat Future City, educate all our clients across the world, right from Japan to South Korea to US, all the industrial clients, all the logistic clients, clients in AI, data center, about Bharat Future City and what is there in the Bharat Future City, how able is the government, how proactive is the government, and convince them and bring it to Telangana to invest. That is something we, as one of the stakeholders and JLL, we can do to help the Bharat City, future Bharat City being successful. We have seen most of the metros, the success has happened predominantly in and around IT, ITS. I think we have to change that thought process. Yes, IT, ITS, I talk of GCCs and IT companies is very important, and that's what has fueled the services economy of India till now. But I think we have to think beyond that. I think any country cannot grow, cannot achieve its full potential until unless we have the manufacturing, if we don't have an economy catering to the semi-skilled laborers. Now, Bharat Future City has a wonderful opportunity to cater to the manufacturing sector, cater to the logistics, cater to the warehousing, and all other semi-skilled companies to come and set up their bases here. This is an amazing opportunity. In the core city of Hyderabad, the land costs are so high, it's not possible to accumulate, forget about 200, 300 acres, it's not possible to get even 10 acres. Now here is an opportunity, and a lot of investors are there in the audience. I think today morning I met people from Semcop, they're from Singapore, one of the biggest logistic company. And I understand, they are here. I'll request companies like them to come and invest in this Bharat Future City and make it as a manufacturing magnet. And I believe the $3 trillion economy is achieved by the combination of the services sector as well as manufacture. This is a golden opportunity. I would like to thank again the government for this wonderful vision and wishing all the best to the government. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I think they have a couple of questions based upon your talk, and which I'll mention probably towards the end of the session. Sanjay, if we can discuss something on the lines of institutional framework and of course funding. 3 minutes, please.
Honorable Minister, MD, TGIIC, and my panelist colleague, first of all, thank you for inviting us for this important seminar. Are you putting presentation? Okay, I have a presentation, but I think let me just quickly go through it. I think we have already, this is established fact that cities are under leveraging potential in India, and there is a tremendous scope for cities to grow and bring employment and bring jobs. And urbanization is a critical factor. So, okay. No, it's not moving. Yeah. Next. So, this was very much acknowledged by Government of India, and this is the two publications. One is on the cities as growth hubs and creative redevelopment of cities. These are the two knowledge products actually Asian Development Bank and World Bank put together. And of course, there is another publication on harnessing economic potential for Indian cities. So based on this knowledge product, the Government of India has recently launched Urban Challenge Fund. So I wish to compliment government that you are already on this path. Cities as growth hub, this is perfectly the city what you are developing. And on the other side, creative redevelopment of cities, we have 9 typologies. And one of the typologies is riverfront development. And that also, Musi River is taken by Telangana government. And we are happy that ADB is associated with it. So, I think just on a global experience on urbanization, I think economic growth are, cities and urbanization and economic growth are intimately connected. And the underlying reason I think all of my earlier speakers have talked about is agglomeration economies, where I think the step taken to get mix of industrial use, I think that's where learning through, spillover of ideas, matching input, outputs, or sharing resources, which is physical or social infrastructure, I think that helps to cities to grow. These elements are already, we heard about Honorable Minister speaking. So, economic vision, integrated economic planning, transport planning, land market utilization, governance and institutional capacity, transparency and transport and connectivity, and financing urban development. So these are some of the areas which are critical for the cities as growth. And investment has to go in, as far as the infrastructure is getting created, I think one has to ensure sustainability also, and where different sources of financing comes into play. For example, how land can be monetized, what are the market-based financing solutions. And one point is to be noted that it's only not creation of infrastructure, but it's sustainable operation and maintenance. So how can we structure the user charges and financing those, for future development? So these are some of the aspects which need to be taken into consideration. And one important point I want to make is about the role of the local governments. And we have seen international experience that local governments play a very important role where they play, they are the decision-making authority, and that helps into cities to grow. And last but not least, what we say is that economic vision for the city is very important, and therefore city region marketing programs, investment promotion programs, creating single window clearances, master planning more on the regional level, and integrating other sort of land records and other things, and encouraging the urban local bodies and integrating them into the progress is important. The last point on the economic vision for the cities, what I mentioned, is, we have to decide what is this city is going to be famous for. Identify roles of the stakeholders, and like be it industry, government, investors, developers. What are the key enablers? For example, skills, land, policies, regulation, capacity building, etc. And accordingly prepare a developed strategic plan and have frequent stakeholder consultations. So these are some of the future steps to have this city. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sanjay. And I think it's very fascinating to know that, although nationally, internationally, cities as economic engines is a known fact. Funding, yes, it's required, but most importantly, what you have also heard, it's also the maintenance, the operations, and the return on investments. So what are those ideal strategies, at a conceptual stage of cities design, if those could be identified, sort of inbuilt into the policies, it will actually go a very long way. Mr. Shekhar Reddy, if a quick 2 to 3 minutes in terms of sustainability and its institutional framework, please.
Minister Garu and CM Garu and the Cabinet, sir, congratulations, sir. First of all, for taking up the Bharat Future City, this entire concept. I think I want to tell a few things about the credibility of this government and the industry, how it has flourished. When 2006, we had very few brands in Hyderabad. The entire industry was unorganized, but with the GO number 86 in 2006, which has given, to decongest the core city of Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, that 176 square kilometers, we wanted to go outside the city, periphery of the city, and develop large projects, and also have a disciplined thing, and freedom to developers, planners. Then that is the reason the unlimited FSI has come outside the periphery of the city. So that has given the rise to whatever the development you are seeing today. That is the first achievement, I guess, the milestone. So thereafter, the airport is another milestone, outer ring road is a milestone, metro is a milestone, and I am confident this milestone, whatever the $3 trillion, what is the goal is that definitely we will achieve because of our past track record. And I thank you, Minister Garu, for taking up the net zero concept here. And definitely the operational cost of the industries will come down because of the net zero concept. And what I like the FSI concept, sir, we have to go ahead and give out of the box incentives, 10 folds or 10 times ahead of the other cities, other states. Maybe MSME is one sector where large employment creation is happening. So you can look into that, give more incentives, upfront incentives, and a plug-and-play system also you can give. And one more thing, my suggestion is, this high time we have to trust the industry. Like in 86 GO, we trusted the developers, given self-enforcement to them. Here also, give the instant permission to them. On application, instant permission to give to them, allow them to function. Anything is required in the meanwhile, maybe in the 1 year time they can fulfill. I think that will bring, because time is money today. Globally, people are looking for the time. If the lesser time is there, they can earn more money and commitments will be there. Definitely, that another thing is the land use. Earlier session also, people are talking about the land use, sir. the land use pattern also kindly look into it, not only this city, rest of the state also, and try to avoid whatever the multiple taxation is there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Shekhar Reddy. May I request Shashanka sir to give a quick brief about the BFC?
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Minister for Industries, IT and Legislative Affairs, Sridhar Babu Garu, the other esteemed panelists for today's session, and friends of the dais. It's always difficult to hold the attention after a good meal. I hope we are able to hold your attention, and thank you for being with us today. And I take this opportunity to welcome you all again formally to the project called Bharat Future City, where we are conducting this particular session today. And just to give you the context, since Bharat Future City has been planned as one of the ambitious projects of this government, the entire venue and this setup, we could come up with this in the last 20 days with all the hard work. So I'm sure you can trust us with the project progress also in the days to come. My esteemed panelists have already mentioned, along with the Minister, sir, many points about this particular project. So without taking much of your time, Future City Development Authority is an extension of the successful model of our state, which is Hyderabad Metropolitan Development Authority, wherein it will concentrate, it will be a fusion of urban transformation on the planning part and also energizing the rapid industrial development through policy making. So this will be spread across around 765 square kilometers, around 1,80,000 acres, wherein the core will be the industrial smart city named by our Honorable Chief Minister, which is Bharat Future City. As it has already been mentioned, Bharat Future City stands on 3 strong pillars: resilient infrastructure, with an attempt for sustainable living, and to have more creative and dynamic economic model. As we see across the world, the cities have been the growth engines. This state already had the benefit of 3 cities. Now we are trying our best to come up with another growth pole with all these ingredients as a 4th city, the future city. I request all of you to stay tuned and continue this panel discussion. Thank you.
All right. So, first of all, thank you all the, the panelists, and a lot of points were discussed. So why these things were being discussed, I made some notes. I have few, specific questions. Maybe we'll start with Minister, sir, if I may. Sir, in what aspect or component of Bharat Future City excites you the most?
You've asked a difficult question, but all aspects are very, very close to, dear to us. Absolutely, I may be a little partial when it comes to my own ministry as an IT and industry, but all aspects are very, very dear and close to our government and our Chief Minister. So all aspects, well, I was told about each district, all these districts which we are, trying to see that they become the best asset of the state as well as to the nation, and it shall be the first of a kind for the global arena. So very difficult question.
Yeah.
Sure, Mr.
No, I think it's a great answer, because that's what all of us were expecting. Because in cities, it's almost like, having your own child, children. So every aspect of a city is close to you, whether it's a new development, roads, infrastructure, or parks, open spaces, or and so forth. Shashanka sir, a quick one. Mentioned about FCDA. If I may ask, how do you foresee, FCDA, which can strategically unlock, the development potential for Bharat Future City?
So, FCDA, Future City Development Authority, as I mentioned, is the planning. It provides that planning framework, like how a city should be, or probably what we lack in our cities largely is the planning aspect, which we want to plug in here and make sure with a proper sustainable master plan. And Shekhar Reddy Garu was mentioning about land use, and others were also mentioning about the funding pattern. For all this to happen, a lot of policy tweaking is required, which we want to bring in, make it more business friendly, and also come up with a city which caters to every section of the society. Our Minister sir was mentioning about residential complexes for the working class. Right. So all kinds of aspects we want to attend to. So FCDA is a platform, is an enabler which provides the direction for the 765 square kilometers, so which we miss out in our existing cities and towns. Right. So we wanted to push this greenfield idea through FCDA. Thank you.
Yeah, see, isn't that fascinating, although we are talking about Bharat Future City, around 14,000 acres, but here the vision is around 8,000 square kilometers. So just imagine, the steps that the state government and specifically FCDA is taking in this aspect. 800 square kilometers, yeah. All right, so there's few more. I know we talked about, the market aspect, sustainability, institutional framework, real estate. But maybe I'll just pose one question, and from your perspective, start with Sudeep, then Shekhar, then Sanjay, then Sandeep. What role the private sector can play in this journey of making, Bharat Future City achieve its, the long-term objectives? So, starting with Sudeep, you.
So, I had mentioned about the importance of institutional framework and the private sector to be a very active participant in the entire governance framework. So it's because this is, at the end of the day, a long journey which has to be kind of driven by both the government and the private sector. So my own sense is that the government can only take decisions if the inputs from the investors and the private sector is right and appropriate. And there has to be some kind of a mechanism to kind of, bring them on board and ensure transparency.
Mike.
Oh, okay, sorry. So, so I'll just quickly repeat what I've said. In terms of the institutional and the governance framework, it's really important for the private sector to be a very important participant in this entire, and this is a very good example of why we are all here. Until the investors and the private sector gives its proper and honest input, whether it's in terms of demand, in terms of willingness to pay, what kind of infrastructure they need, what type of phasing is required, the project cannot kind of, achieve its end objective. So I would really look for a platform where, which gives an open platform for the private sector to actually give its inputs transparently. So that would be my take on this. Thank you.
Shekhar Reddy.
My take on this is private sector can do a lot in achieving this 3 trillion economy, provided I've been saying for the last 2 decades under PPP model, that is only the futuristic, wherein if the state can take all the statutory approvals upfront and declare to the investors globally that if you are a bidder, you can start your project next week onwards. So that will encourage many investors to support the entrepreneur. So that is most important, sir, because the time is essence today. And all type of Honorable Minister has said a lot of social infrastructure and other related, any industry, globally and as well as the Telangana developer friends, fraternity sitting here, CA members, everybody, they are eagerly looking what type of ease of doing business is going to happen here so that they can collaborate with globally the potential people, whether it's a manufacturing or a service sector or an IT, the startup companies, anyway. But it all depends. What is the vision document is going to be, and it has to be out of the box. I have to say, sir, whenever we used to tell something in the government, people used to look at, I think he's not saying the meaningful thing. But when I repeatedly said over a period of time and again, they understood that meaning, then implemented. So we have seen the results, sir. So this has to be done. We should be ahead of other states tenfold. We should come out of the box. We should, because we are not losing anything, sir. See, land is there, person is there. If some mistakes are there, anybody can correct it. So that is the reason I ask. I'm requesting once again, trust the industry. Leave it to them, because they are bringing the funds. So enjoy the fruits, sir, because you need a lot of employment and downstream GST. That is what my wish, sir.
Sure.
It would be good to know what's the government's perspective of
Yes,
private sector.
You know, in this sort of economies, the economy definitely is, most of the economies are driven by the private partners. And if you see the India at large and states at large, all states including India at the federal level, you know, we take welfare as a priority. In the development, although it's on our agenda, we take the cooperation and coordination of the private players. You know, most of the capital assets of late have been created by the private parties or the private players, and that tends to show there is a lots of difference in the policy making, also giving lots of scope for the private players to come and participate and grow together in the government. So we in this Future City Development Corporation too, we invite esteemed private players to come and participate and be a part of this development. We welcome everybody over here to what capacities, depending upon their strengths in their domain expertise. We will welcome them with open arms. And many a time I hear Mr. Shekhar Reddy speaking what government should do. We take it in a very positive sense. You know, our government definitely is a proactive state which shall try to put the policies to the spirit of our private players, safeguarding the government interests. And this is one of the beautiful aspects of our government. Right now I can claim ease of doing business in Telangana is supposed to be #1 in whole of India. And we are coming up ease of doing business, the policy reforms 2.0, so that we can propel what we are having a great ambition of making 3 trillion economy, to grow each and every sector or every department in the government has to propel itself. Either it maybe in their attitude, maybe in their functioning style, maybe in delivery systems. We have to literally see that our delivery systems work in consonance with the thought of a political leader, because we have a political will and intent. How best we can put it across to our partners in the bureaucracy and down-level bureaucracy, and see that their cooperation moves ahead. All the positive suggestions, what they have been mentioned. And, you know, there are a couple of other issues. If you, Mr. Shah permits, I'll try to, you know, act up on this, what Joshiji was telling about, you know, river water development and the role of local governments. Definitely, you know, we always see decentralization is an important aspect of running the administration.
And in building this Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, right now, we have combined the villages, we have combined small municipalities, and we have combined them into the corporation, trying to bring in uniformity in terms of the land, in terms of other services required. Otherwise, as you know, local administration, the village has a different systems of administration. The tax collection or the running of functioning of the Gram Panchayats is different. Coming down to the next level, the small municipalities functions on a different level and the corporation functions on a different level to bring in a parity and uniformity. So we have assimilated Gram Panchayats, many Gram Panchayats, small municipalities into corporation, and we will now try to put into picture this Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporations will be divided into 3 or 4 zones where the uniformity will be spread. We really respect whatever you have said, that the local self-government's involvement will be there all the time, so that we bring the delivery systems into action in a very smart and very faster way. So definitely I would agree for that. And in fact, I have to thank Mr. Sandeep ji for, looking at this beautiful arena and what is the vision of our government. He himself thought of becoming a brand ambassador for this, and thanks for that. And, Sudhir ji has told about how do you design it, how do you see the convergence between different industries coming into one aspect, the convergence, how it takes in terms of multi-sectoral disciplines which are coming over here. Definitely we are just thinking, I've told, everything is related to few of the core sectors like skilling, like approvals, like design approvals, and how do we link AICT to different verticals of the industries over here? How do I link the skills to here? How do I link the coming up data centers, which almost all the industries require? Now everything is moved on AI, or cutting edge technologies will require data centers. So all this convergence takes at one place. So this we are duly considering it at the highest level, and we are trying to see that how best we can really converge these multi-sectoral districts, which shall give a comprehensive output for their own this thing. And Shekhar Reddy always keeps on asking out-of-box incentives. We will provide the professional, no out-of-box, sir. We will do more out-of-box incentives for all the things, and we shall strive to see that this city grows. As you know, my MD is sitting here. Lots of credence has to go to Mr. MD and the team for, anywhere when a political leader thinks about doing this concept. And it's the political thought, what we thought of doing it. When we have put this, the implementation is done by our bureaucracy. And execution is done at a faster level. In 3 weeks' time, a smaller version of the city has been built. So already our work is on this Future City Development Corporation. Earlier to this, we had Skills University, which is almost on the verge of finishing. And we have Amazon data centers, which we are extending it to 400 acres now. That becomes the data centers park. And we are coming up with other, Hyderabad Cricket Association ground over here, which shall be the biggest ever cricket ground over here. In few months from now, we'll be doing the groundbreaking. So process is on. How well you take it is our, destiny, and how JLL takes or other big consultants who are here, we would wish to take them at the same length and same favor and move from here. Thank you, Mr. Shah.
So, to Vishal, to your question of what is the role of private sector, I can say the government is an enabler. government is a facilitator. The main role is the private sector. I'll give you a beautiful example. What was the fate of sports as an industry, sports as a career, say, before IPL, right? So the IPL, while it comes under the purview of government India, BCCI is an autonomous in India. Now IPL has completely changed the way sports is seen, perceived as a career. And because of IPL, whether it is volleyball league, the baseball league, or the Kabaddi league. By the way, Kabaddi is the second largest league in India after cricket. The millions of people. What I'm trying to say is that this is the all because of private participation, all because of private efforts. And if you want to succeed for this Bharat Future City, government is an enabler, is a facilitator. It has to be different private companies who are going to come and spend their money and get it successful. Absolutely, it's private companies who are going to do it.
Yeah, I think this type of a this type of a large development is impossible without having private investment. This plays very significant role, and primarily, I mean, apart from infrastructure investment, private sector can bring in a lot of digital governance in terms of technology, smart grid, or renewables, as well as climate change. So these are all, I think, very much ingredients private sector can bring in this case. Another two areas I can think of is skills and workforce development is another area which private sector can bring. And lastly, global best practices, because we want to see this city as one of the global hub. And I think just on a question on the government side, I think mostly focus on institutional and governance aspect where stable policy environment and clear sort of standardized type of contracts, clear dispute resolution mechanisms, and transparent procurement process. These are some of the elements where private sector finds comfort. So,
yes,
yeah.
I agree to your point, Joshiji. Here what we mentioned about, we will be open to